And then I'm sure he just laughed and laughed and laughed, thought it was the funniest thing he's ever said.
No, then he got hit by a wagon and he became my second ever patient in a little clinic.
Okay, that's kind of perfect.
Did you mean to punch me?
I was trying to punch him right there.
Oh my god, you're really bad at punching.
Yeah.
Nice.
Where did he go?
Ah! Fuck!
How much would someone have to pay to make us
What the fuck? Alrighty, hello everybody, welcome on in. And why is this not working? Did I do it too early? Or is game capture? Oh no, there we go. Okay, just took a hot minute there. Welcome back to Formula One Manager. We are back after a fairly successful opening couple of rounds in the 2024 season, and we are going to be back today to take on Australia and the Japanese race, which is rounds 3 and 4. So although we didn't score any points, our little potato team is 8th in the World Championships, which, if you remember, I don't know where to find it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so we are currently above our season objective. Now this is the caveat that we don't have any points. So if any of our competitors get even a single point, that will catapult them above us. So this is all very tentative. But for just now, for just 2 races into the season, it is a pretty good opener so far. As a reminder of the format of these videos, the live races are typically done with full commentary unless there's literally nothing happening, in which case we'll time skip. So we'll probably only be getting through the 2 races this episode. But yeah, I think I saved it right after the end of the previous episode. So let's go see what we have to do. So, compiled the data from last weekend into the attachments below. Main headline was that our car wasn't suited to the track due to its poor medium speed performance, and our car underperforms on DRS effectiveness. The Australian Grand Prix will need solid DRS effectiveness performance, so that should be a focus. We don't have time to do that one. Fine. So none of our cars took any damage. All of the components have a lifetime, so even if they don't take damage, they can still just disintegrate. But as it stands, all of our components are intact, so this is fine. And our team hub has been completed. So we pay 60,000 $60,000 every single month, but it does contribute to our weekly driver development, our team attractiveness, and it improves our driver mentality. So this is going to be good for us in the long run. I don't actually think we have anything else in particular that we need to deal with at the moment. So let's skip through to the next construction. So our hospitality area is done. So we should have an email for this one. So the new hospitality area is now complete. So this costs us £42,000 a month. It doesn't change our team attractiveness, but it doesn't change our team attractiveness, but it does change our team attractiveness. And it also significantly improves our team marketability. Also, who is Amelia? Amelia is one of our support drivers, isn't she? Yeah, Amelia. Oh god, she's my good support driver. Apparently we have to investigate her for something. We've identified one of our oh, okay. Oh no, investing. Right. Okay. Jesus Christ, I misread that. I thought they said investigating. Okay, we've identified one of our affiliate drivers as possibly benefiting quite a bit from further investment. We've attached her profile below, and if you agree they have potential, I think we should spend the extra money for more training and coaching sessions. At 61 versus, who's the other one? 53. Amelia is definitely my number one choice for the next one in the main seat. £40,000 ain't no... £400,000 ain't no chicken. Oh, she's in Formula 2. Yeah. 400,000 isn't any... it's not exactly, you know, chicken feed as Arthur Morgan would call it, but I think it's going to be worth it. So let's make this as an investment. So we're quite happy with that one. Just realized I had the volume turned all the way fucking down. Okay, cool. So let's continue on. I don't think we have anything else to do. Should be pretty straightforward just now. We've got a facility that's upgrading. And this is our weather center. This is going to provide us with more reliable weather, which is pretty happy. So there we go. We get a 7% increase to forecast accuracy. So pretty happy with that one. And with that, that brings us quite neatly to the Australian Grand Prix. Fine. Do you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to print out my fucking race sheets. So give me... I keep forgetting to do these fucking things. It's because I've not been able to do it for not having a printer for so long. Actually, well, we've not really done very much of this game in a long time, but yeah. Okay, let's file, let's print. Okay, I said let's print. There we go. Took 2 tries to print. Right, we'll print these real quick. Alright, let me go and get them. I will take down our notes and then we'll get ready to start the race. Sorry about that. Printers being printers was playing silly buggers with us. So let's take our notes ahead of this. So this is going to be Australia. It's a 58 lap race with a 50% chance of safety car. Pit loss times are 21 seconds under green flag conditions and only 12 under safety car conditions. So if there is a safety car at any point, we definitely want them to come in to take their pit stops under safety car if we get them. And the lap record is a 1:22. Hey Diamond! You like the loading screen? What loading screen? What? Yeah, you got me confused there, Diamond. Okay, right, race targets. So actually, hang on. Before we do race targets, let's have a look at, oh, Jesus. He's very unhappy. Okay. Yeah, before we do race targets, let's look at results, which is somewhere. I think it's going to be under standings. Maybe not. Maybe not. The little Hibble is loading before. Oh right, yeah. It's actually not. It's not Hibble. It's Hibble. Because that was what Isacia used to call my little face being in the circle. It's the Hibble. Where can I check my race results? Does it show me? Oh yeah, okay. So previous race was no. Is there no way that I can just see my the results of that race? Oh, I get. Nah, fucking hell. Oh, here we go. Right, okay. Previous race results. So we scored a 12th and a 17th place, despite our car not being suited for it. So I think we're going to push the boat out. I'm wary of this 18th place. But I think if we do 20th or higher, I mean, that still nets us, what, 600,000 if both of our cars get it. So let's put both cars for this one, and let's head out to Aussie land. If things look a little bit...
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix. We're a stone's throw from the beach here at the Albert Park circuit. It might be party mood in the grandstands, but in the paddock, expectations and tensions are high.
It's Ferrari who are currently ahead in the constructors' standings.
That it is.
But at just the third round of this year, the title could be anyone's.
Stay with us then for what should be an exciting weekend.
Okay, here we go. So if things look a little bit different compared to normal, I am trialing a new graphics mod for the game, which should hopefully improve the quality, because there are certain like static shots that were just like incredibly blurry. So I'm trialing the graphics mod, but I'm already a little bit uncertain about it because I can see that my graphics card, even on a screen like this, is sitting at 90% use, which is fucking high. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, right, so we're going to go and do our practice. Let's throw our development drivers in. I feel that's probably a good shout for this one. Particularly early season, let's try and build up their development as much as we can. There's no point in doing anything else. So we'll manage this session, and then we'll let the AI take it over from there. Oh yeah, there you go, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. Okay.
Can you hear me?
So both of our cars is now out, and we are just going to throw it straight to the map.
Radio is good.
So as always, what we're doing here is we're just trying to build up the driver insights to the setup. Not really too much happening. If you leave the AI to do it, the AI is notoriously bad for kind of fucking up. The AI will see like a 70% setup satisfaction and go, yeah, that's pretty good. Whereas with our car being as shit as it is, we really need to get our numbers as high as we possibly can. Around they go. So Azevedo, who we have just dropped about 500,000 into, she is just about to finish up her first practice run. There it is. So car satisfaction is currently bad, surprising absolutely no one. Let's pull her in. Oh, okay, I don't like what was happening there. Jesus Christ.
Box.
What is this? What is this? Huh. Okay, this graphics mod may end up being more trouble than it's worth. Well, at least Azevedo got to play around with a Ferrari on track. That's not something you get to do every single day. Oh yeah, I don't like this. There's a non-zero chance that the
Okay, stop in front of the garage.
Ugh, yeah, okay. I don't like this. I might need to fix this before we go on to quality and things. Okay, fine. So she's gonna come into the pit lane. We're gonna reconfigure her car. So straight line performance is currently good. Traction is a bit dog shit. So let's change the roll bar distribution. Let's go for comfortably middle ground. Let's tweak the camber a little bit. I need the front wing to be tweaked as well. Let's change the toe. Okay, let's try that on for size, see what the script is, and get back out there. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on Brandt to finish his assessment of his setup so far. That at least is pretty cool. Yeah, okay, there is a lot of glitching with this graphics mod, unfortunately. So as much as it showed promise, I think I'm probably gonna have to whoa! Okay, my driver just forced a fucking Aston Martin into the grass. That's a hard oof for me, dog. It's also taking forever to get this final insight, which is a bit of a nuisance. Jesus Christ, that took forever. Like, Azevedo is almost back out on track. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. So let's put up with the glitching for this session, and then we will you know, take a little bit of a Alt F4 and reconfigure this one. Okay, so same again. We're a bit off on traction. Let's change the front wing adjustment, and I think the rest of this can be done with just a simple toe adjustment. So we'll confirm and get back out. 40% isn't bad. Not great, not terrible. So Azevedo's going to go out for her second run. The problem is, because Brandt took forever to do this first setup, he might actually only get 2 runs in, whereas Azevedo is definitely going to get 2.5. But nevertheless, Brandt is now done, so let's send him out. And now it's just a waiting game to see what the setup actually looks like. So this first practice session is the only practice session where you can put your development drivers in. So you can see Ferrari is running a development driver who almost topped the session. Oh, Brandt went a bit wide. That's a problem. Who else have we got? So Red Bull have got a development driver in. Williams do. Sauber do. Mercedes do.
Everything else okay with the car?
Okay, once again, this is Azevedo finished her second run, so we'll get her into the garage. She's pretty happy so far, but I have a feeling we could be happier. Oh, actually, this is pretty good. Okay, so our traction is quite a bit off. So what we'll do is we'll bring the wing into here and then use the camber to tweak that into position. And I think if we tweak the toe back a little bit more, we'll see how this looks for size. This is looking pretty good so far. How much life have we got in these tires? 36%. Let's do a run on the softs, because we have to send one set of softs back anyway, so we may as well do that. And then we'll do, how long we've got left? So it'll take 5 minutes to reconfigure the car, giving us 16 and a bit minutes. So that'll be 10. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just feel for 15 laps. Probably a bit overfueled, but that's fine. We're still waiting on Brandt once again to complete their second assessment. Here's hoping it goes quicker than the first. How are your tires? Okay, let's go for full conserve. So Brandt's coming in. Oh no, he's got his setup done anyway. So let's just get Brandt back in. We destroyed those fucking hard tires. Jesus. Okay, Azevedo's going to go out, and let's configure Brant's car. So despite the fact that we have less clarity about what what Brant wants, Brant is at least 5% happier with his setup than Azevedo is. So let's tweak this a little bit. I do want to change some things. So we'll change the camber. I kind of want to tweak the front wing a little bit as well. Let's tweak the toe. Okay, this should be a good one to test. And again, we're going to go on the softs. Don't fix what ain't broke. So take 4 minutes off that. We've got 12 minutes left. So that's going to be, what, 8 laps? So in terms of our fuel, which is here, 8 laps, we'll call it 10 laps. The fuel per lap, just for my notes, is 1.8 kg. So let's do this, and we'll get Brant back out, and then that'll hopefully round out the session. Uh, 58 laps, so I can get rid of this. Okay, let's get Brant out. 7 minutes of session still to go. See what we can't come up with. So our car is quite a bit slower than the rest of them, but then they have, you know, industrial might behind them, whereas we just have, you know, a little bit of a dream. Okay, we're just gonna accelerate past this because we are not quite about the practice life. Qualifying we'll pay a little bit more attention to, but the race is the real juicy part that we are looking forward to. So that is the checkered flag out for P1. Azevedo actually very almost finished 3 runs, whereas Brant was riding the struggle bus like a champ. But we've all taken the checkered flag, so we're going to come in. We get the results. This is fine. So we don't know our setup satisfaction, but that's fine. So now we go to practice 2, which we'll do it now. So let's see what else we can explore with this one. So we're pretty damn good with this. I might actually just leave this setup in the hands of the AI, and let's see what we can do for you. So this setup's also pretty good. I'm probably going to leave this one in the hands of the AI. So we've got Ricardo and Aerosmith back into their respective cars, and we're going to simulate this session, see where we get to. So we're now on to practice 3. Car setup, we only got to 88%. Oh yeah, we can definitely do better than this. We can definitely do better than this. So I want to... Actually, I might try and do this. So let's try doing this using camber. The camber is definitely going to be better than changing the wing, because camber doesn't affect the straight line performance. Only the front and rear wing angle do. So the straight performance is currently perfect for Ricardo, but if I change the front wing performance in order to meet the oversteer understeer demand, then that would affect the straight. So this works pretty well. So let's change these 2 numbers with the toe. Oh, that puts us a little bit far out on that side. This is kind of rough, but I might actually just end up running with this and see how we go. Aerosmith is looking a lot more prepared in terms of setup satisfaction, so let's see what else we can tweak with her. We do have a need to change our straight line performance a little bit to get that optimum. Eesh. It's kind of rough. I don't actually like that one. Camber, let's push camber out. What can I do with the toe? Okay, that's a little bit rough. Bring that back a bit, and then if I actually change the front wing angle here, and camber, wind the camber back a little bit more, Okay, that's looking actually pretty interesting. Oh, well, braking stability is a bit dog shit actually. Let's try pushing you down one more and then change with the toe. Okay, this could potentially be a 100%er for Aerosmith. I'm pretty happy with these numbers, so we're just going to simulate this thing through. And let's see what we get.
We're moving on now to the all-important qualifying session.
These days, it's a much faster layout here at Albert Park, and teams need to focus on getting high and medium speed cornering right to set a good qualifying time.
We'll listen to Karun.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
We saw them set an impressive lap time in practice, so it's a great start as they move into qualifying. But as we all know, a good performance in practice doesn't guarantee success over the rest of the weekend.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
Okay. Fine. So what we're going to do here, folks, is we're going to take a very quick save. New save. Yeah, this gets messy. So this is the save that we are going for here. I'm going to take the world's quickest intermission, and when we come back, I'm just very quick going to take this graphics mod off. So and then we'll continue with qualifying.
And we have to go on a journey. We're gonna have to go on quite the journey.
All right.
Okay,
No more
it's
alcohol. I'll just stick to the cigarettes.
It's like that French thing.
I might only have one lung, but that's
French vanilla.
Jesus, Isaac. What? Where the fuck are your organs?
Oh, I got shot with an elephant rifle.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh! Oh, fucking
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Okay, that is your fault.
I can't understand.
Oh Lord, they're going. Okay, well I'm dead. Fuck!
It makes you feel better. My partner's called Daniel, and I get the I's and the E's crossed up all the time.
Yeah, see, there you go. Just say Danny. That's easier. D-A-N-N-Y.
Oh my god, I thought you said daddy.
What?
Bitch, I can't be outnumbered. I don't know how to count.
Killed the shit.
That's a fucking threat.
Alright. Fuck. I have to get used to my microphone being up here.
Oh god, I fucked up! I fucked up!
What did you do?
I forgot that it was a ladder on the way down. I'm not. I thought it was a fire escape because I saw the other fire escape and I fucked up.
I fell on you. What the fuck, man?
Oh no, I also fell.
Oh my fucking! See, if we fail this because we had fucking everybody scobbying up a ladder.
I had it under control until Octi decided, you know what, I'm going to go up with that.
This guy's having a bad day.
Still, you can change your pants.
Beautiful.
Looks really good.
Yeah.
Well, I want it.
Sorry about that one, folks. We are back now. Okay, so we are ready for qualifying. Let's head on over here. So I was right, we did get to 100% set up for Aerosmith. And for Ricardo, we almost got there, but there's nothing else I want to change that's going to improve this one. So, yeah, let's get ready to do the qualifying. So I'm going to switch myself over to the F1 cam. I swear, every time I do this, it keeps fucking moving. Where the fuck is the F1 cam? Here it is. Let's unlock the position. Let's shuggle me over at the side. So, oh, okay, here we go. So I'm trying to get myself in line with the UI so that I look like I'm kind of part of the, you know. For fuck's sake, stop selecting the wrong fucking thing. Hate OBS sometimes. Okay, alright, let's lock that into position. Okay, alright, let's send our cars out. So once there is a gap to this McLaren here. So you can see we've got this annoying motion blur back. So I need to find a way of dealing with it. But at least so far.
Pit lane radio check.
Loud and clear.
We're
We stick to the plan.
Good.
Yep.
I was afraid you were gonna say that. Alright, let me close down some things out here. Yeah, okay. Alright, so, where are we? So, we're going to go to our sectors setup. So, we've got Lando Norris out in front of us. And Daniel Ricciardo is currently on his warm-up lap. So this is Ricciardo now beginning his flying lap now. So Ricciardo has come out into no traffic, which is quite nice. And we'll have to see... Okay, Aerosmith is going to beat Piastri, who is coming out as well. So I don't think we're going to beat the McLarens, because that would be very unusual, but we will at least get to see what the numbers look like in comparison to them. So Ricciardo completes his first sector, and he's half a second slower than the McLarens. Oof. Can probably go first person cam. Yeah, like look at this. Like you can't fucking see shit. Oh wow, Aerosmith is a full second slower than Norris. So yeah, I think we're going to finish this lap probably about a second and a half behind Norris for Ricciardo, and probably 2 seconds behind Norris for Aerosmith. So here we go, this is Ricciardo coming around the last corner. So I'm going to say it's a 1:16.7 for Ricciardo. Okay, no, it's a 1:17. Oops.
Make sure you stay negative on your way.
Okay, that's not a great lap.
Okay, understood.
Definitely not a great lap. We're definitely going to have to polish the cars up and send them out again. Because I don't think... Not that I'm necessarily expecting to get out of Q1. Q1. But, you know, it previously has at least been a possibility. One lap. Yeah, there you go. 1 lap. Yeah. Okay. It's previously at least been a possibility that we've been able to get out. So we'll put on a new set of softs and try and get our cars out for another run again. Hopefully before the traffic picks up too bad.
Focus on tires and brakes.
Okay, understood.
Okay, let's just time skip through this one. Again, we don't just sit there on the qualifying, because it's not where our stuff is. So Ricardo puts in a faster lap, and actually that's okay. That's alright. That might actually be not bad. We'll really need to see. I still think it's probably going to be worth sending our cars out for one more. Wait, why are you saying a fastest lap? Huh? Wait, did I send Ricardo out? Did I fuel Ricardo for 2 laps? I don't remember. I don't think I did. Fine. We'll refuel Aerosmith and send her out again. Yeah, I'm kind of confused by this, because I'm pretty sure I only sent Ricardo out for 2 laps, but he's definitely on a flying lap. This is weird. Oh, look at him. He's fucking on fire. He's on fire. This might improve him again. We might actually be going to Q2. Oh, let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. Yeah, it's 5th fastest. It's 5th fastest, Ricardo. Ricardo, what are you doing, buddy? What are you fucking doing? What are you doing? So, am I right in saying that he just fucking ate shit out of those tires? Yeah, he did. I don't think I need to send Ricardo out again. This might be a rather interesting choice. But traffic is going to be like dog shit. Expected traffic, yeah, we're just in, like, our expected traffic is through the roof. Aerosmith hasn't gone faster. I doubt Ricardo is going to be able to go faster, so let's see how this goes. Aerosmith, we know, because she didn't improve, we already know that she's out, so it's going to be down to Ricardo to see if he can actually get himself into Q2, which would be phenomenal. Lots of cars still on lap. I've got 15 seconds. Checkered flag is out. And nope, no one can beat us. We're in Q2. This is our first time in Q2. Aerosmith actually didn't come stone dead last, but wasn't all that far off it. So for the first time we get to go to Q2. Now, we don't really have the tires to support this. This is risky, especially if we're considering a 2-stop for the race. I'm slightly wary of... Well, I guess we get an extra compound for the race, don't we? I think we do one run on this tire and see how we go. Actually, no, do you know what? I might put this tire on to start us. So we'll put this scuffed set of tires on to start us off. To help Ricardo build his confidence. Because you see now he's not peak, so we need to let him to set good sectors. And so this is going to put his his performance a lot higher. Not a good lap, but so we'll wait for him to come in. And then we're going to reconfigure. So now that he's got a bit more confidence under his belt, let's put some new tires on and get him out before the traffic really starts picking up. We'll see how this goes. We do have some traffic annoyingly, but we'll see. First sector is not faster. Second sector is not faster.
20p11.
Oh, beans, that didn't go well.
And charge on right away, please.
Cheers.
Okay, let's do the reconfiguration. I don't want to burn this set of soft any more than it... I'm kind of fucked either way, aren't I? Fuck it, let's just keep this set on, and we'll do one more run. So send out. I highly doubt this is going to end up faster, although having said that, we don't have very much in the way of traffic, but we're not fast. Oh no, we got fucked by traffic. Okay, no improvement, and we don't have enough time to go out again, so that's a bit unfortunate. But 16th, we got into Q2 at least, and we did very briefly set the fifth fastest lap in qualifying number 1, so that is pretty good. So at the end of qualifying 3, Charles Leclerc is on pole with Max Verstappen in 2nd, Carlos Sainz is 3rd, our own Daniel Ricciardo is going to start in 16th place with Raven Aerosmith in 21st. Let's move on now to the race.
Well, the fans here are all set, every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58 laps of today's race.
Albert Park often seems to set teammate against teammate. From Hill and Villeneuve dueling for the 1996 win, to Bottas beating fellow Mercedes driver and pole sitter Hamilton to the win in 2019.
The Albert Park circuit is bursting with rapid corners and a long straight where drivers can push their speed to the limits. Good attention to medium speed downforce will likely make beating this beast of a track just a little bit easier. Race day has arrived, and the time has almost come for these drivers to
Look how
fight it
blurry
out.
this is.
Wheels
Ugh, I really need to polish this up afterward. Okay, alright, so it is now officially race day. Fine. Fine. So let's see what tires we have available. So in terms of compounds, so we have 2 sets of softs, 1 set of mediums, 1 set of hards, and 3 times scuffed softs. Fine. Aerosmith, in terms of strategy, has 3 sets of softs, 1 set of new mediums, 1 set of hards, and 2 sets of scuffed softs. So that is good backups to have a hold of. Okay, so let's have a look. See. So let's do Ricciardo first. We want him to be on the soft, and I don't like this. I really don't like this. I don't like intentionally dipping into the cliff. So let's edit this strategy real quick, and we're going to bring this forward. So there we go. That takes a second off. And if we bring this forward, yeah, there we go. Okay, that's a lot better. I'm happy with this for Ricciardo. Unless, is there a world where we do hard and soft? Yeah, no, that's quite a bit slower. Okay, there's not a world where that happens. Okay, so I'm happy with this one for Ricciardo. So Ricciardo, actually, I need to note. So we're going to start 16th on a set of softs on lap 16. We're going to come in for a set of hards, and then lap 40 for a set of mediums. So that's going to vouch for those tires. That's fine. And then for Aerosmith, Aerosmith, we want to do something different with strategy-wise. So we're going to start 21st. What we're going to do is we're going to start Aerosmith on the hards, because she's already going to be last place anyway. So let's start on the hard tires, and we'll add a new stint onto the... Let's do the softs. And we'll shimmy that all the way up here. Probably about here. So on lap 26, we're going to come in for a set of softs. And then our final stint is going to be a set of medium tires. Which I want here. That's going to be lap 13. 9 for the mediums. Fine, and then that vouches these tires. Fine, okay. I'm not too worried about this because I'm going to consider that we are... Yeah, okay, that is the fastest strategy. Okay, fine, fine. Okay, so I'm going to underfuel both of our cars by 1 lap to give us a little bit of advantage there. And driver options at the start, we are going to increase pace, increase fuel use, and we are going to burn our ERS at the very start of the race. And I am quite happy with this. So without further ado, it's time for the Australian Grand Prix.
Final checks are being carried out by the teams, and it won't be long until we get this race underway. And for Lando Norris, this is another chance to see what he can do in this car.
Yeah, it's a P5 start. The podium's in sight, but there's a lot standing in their way.
And it looks like we're good to go. Get ready for the Australian Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Alright, and we are off, so let's tell our give our drivers their respective instructions. And it looks like everybody is off the line pretty well. Ricciardo is trying to make up some places. Oh my god, he went... Jesus Christ, he went hell around the outside. We've made up 2 positions on this opening lap, and we've got a gap for days already. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was a good opening lap from Ricciardo. Aerosmith, on the other hand, is fighting for positions, but is a lot further back. But this isn't too bad because we're on the harder tire. We're not the only one doing this strategy, but the people on the softs and mediums around us are in a different race. So this isn't too bad. We will expect Aerosmith to probably drop down into 22nd. That isn't too much of a concern. Up towards the angry end of the pack, Ricciardo is thinking about trying to pull overtake on the RB Racing car. But at the moment, can't seem to make it happen. The RB car is itself trying to get past a Sauber. And unfortunately, Magnussen has caught right up to the back of Ricciardo and has gone for the overtake, which he's going to make work, unfortunately. That drops Ricciardo back down to 15th place. So at the end of lap 1, we have at least made up 1 place, which is still a very spirited start for Ricciardo. At the end of lap 1, we are going to chill on the tire and the fuel use.
DRS enabled.
And the DRS is now enabled. So there are 3 DRS zones here at Albert Park. We're approaching the first of them now. So I'm not sure where the detection zone is, if we see the DRS. No, okay, there's no DRS detection here. Wait, there's 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, there is 4. Jesus Christ, okay. This is a very DRS-y track. Fucking hell. Alright, so now the DRS should be coming into play. So we're heading into the first DRS detection of the lap. And this does give Ricciardo the DRS. So Ricciardo is going to try and catch up on the back of Magnussen. Magnussen himself has DRS, so that kind of cancels out the advantage. But that is phase 1 done. The DRS is going to open again. Ricciardo tries down the inside, but nothing really happens. We're still stuck behind Magnussen, who is defending, but he is eating his tires doing so.
Honestly, I don't think we could do much more.
You're doing okay, Ricardo. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hamlin will keep you right. Hamlin will keep you right. At the arse end of the field, somehow Aerosmith is keeping Sargent at bay. This I didn't expect. I expected Sargent to get past Aerosmith quite decisively, but we're now out of ERS. So let's take us off deployment mode and put us back into neutral mode. Oh.
Very good job.
Meanwhile, Ricardo gets past Magnussen, which is interesting. Let's see how that happened. So this is coming out the start-finish straight. He just slips up the inside and is passed, which is pretty good. And it's a double DRS zone here at Australia. So one DRS detection area before the start-finish straight counts for the 2 areas. So Ricardo gets a double DRS. I think there's been some kind of accident because Sainz has suddenly got damage. Or at least our spotters are telling us there is damage or some kind of issue at play. So this could affect Sainz's race. For just now, it's going to be down to Ricardo to see if we can keep Magnussen at bay. Ricardo is at peak performance. He is absolutely on peak performance. This is hopefully going to allow him to catch up onto the back of Iwasa. We have stolen Daniel Ricciardo from Team RB, which, oh my god, this is a big ass jamboree of cars. This could be a little something something. Yeah, so Iwasa has taken the seat from Daniel Ricciardo, who has come over to Hibble F1. And yeah, god, the two Stroll and Alonso very almost had a coming together during their little overtake there. Aerosmith down in 21st place was attempting an overtake, which was a bit of an interesting move, and Sargent still cannot find a way past. This is pretty huge for Aerosmith. The longer that we can keep Sargent behind us, the less of a threat he becomes. And in fact, Aerosmith's got her DRS open. Sargent has gone for the overtake, but can Aerosmith go around the outside? She'll have the inside for the next corner. And she can. She makes up the place with the second DRS zone. Wow. Good going for Aerosmith. She'll be feeling pretty good about now as well. That's huge.
Right then.
Let's see if we can get another view of this.
Right, so this was the 4th corner. It's there for the taking.
And around the outside she goes. She'll be feeling pretty good about that. She'll definitely be feeling very good about that one. Unfortunately, on the hard tires, I think we are going to be quite hard pressed to catch up to Zhao in the Sauber. But goddamn, she's going to try and make an effort of it. Zhao is who we are effectively in a race with, because they are also on the hard tire strategy. However, it should be noted that they are got 6% less tire life. Oh, Aerosmith is getting ganged up on here. She's got an Alpine to the right and a Williams to the left. But thankfully they two are jostling for position, which does free Aerosmith up to pull a little bit of a gap out. The gap has now got up to half a second there, but having to defend has cost her quite a bit of time. But yeah, this is all very good stuff. Up with Daniel Ricciardo, we're doing quite well holding that gap to Bottas. Both of our drivers are chasing down a Sauber, which is slightly amusing. And there's a big gaggle going on behind. Magnussen goes down the inside. Ricciardo is going to have the inside for the next corner.
No concern on tire wear.
Oh, they're still side by side. I think this gives Magnussen the inside. And they're still side by side. Neither of them are backing out of it. Magnussen's going to have the inside again, but Ricciardo tries to eke out the advantage on the outside. And Ricciardo, with guile and desperation, holds on to the position, holds on to that 14th place. Sainz, with whatever damage he has had, has dropped down a couple of positions, so we're not actually sure what's going on with the Ferrari over here, but it is certainly an interesting series of events. Taking stock of the race at the, well, coming up to the end of lap 5, we have Verstappen in the lead from Perez, who's 3 seconds to the good. Perez is leading a 3-car battle of Perez, Norris and Charles Leclerc, who was our pole sitter. Hamilton is with his teammate fighting for 5th place, followed closely by Oscar Piastri. Jesus Christ, George Russell was absolutely all over the shop there. That could be a bit of an interesting battle. McLaren on McLaren, and Piastri almost cops the rear bumper of George Russell there. That could have been pretty messy. Sainz is in the middle of this pack with Yuki Tsunoda in 9th. Alonso is 10th, leading this absolute freight train. Oh no, it's Tsunoda that leads the absolute freight train of cars that go from 9th down to 18th. Zhao is somewhat on his own in 19th place, but he is definitively pulling away from our very own Raven Aerosmith in 20th, who is still managing to hold off Gasly and Sargent. Her confidence is just getting higher and higher by doing these successful defenses. So that is the lap 5 stock of this race. Now, we are expecting both of our drivers to get lapped, so we are currently working towards my fuel strategy, which I have planned out at the bottom. So we'll have to see how this all goes. I'm trying to work out where. So F1 Manager doesn't have a like automatically go where is most interesting camera like iRacing does. So I'm just trying to see what is over here. This is Iwasa trying to get, no, this is Tsunoda trying to get past Alonso for 9th place. They were side by side briefly, but Tsunoda's had to back out of it, unfortunately. It's still a big gaggle of 4 cars. Teammates trying desperately not to take each other out, and Ricciardo is waiting patiently to try and see how he can get past. Aerosmith has lost a place to Pierre Gasly. Let's see how that happened. It's DRS. She blocks on the center line. Gasly goes around the outside. So it's going to be the outside for corner 1, which is here. Oh, but he's already passed. Already well past. So it is once again on Aerosmith to see if she can pass Gasly once again. However, the good news is he and Sargent have had to shred their tires in order to keep up with and subsequently pass Aerosmith. So I'm really not too worried about this. In fact, of all of the cars that are running the hard tire strategy, Aerosmith is the one who is holding on to her tires the best. So in the event of a crash in a safety car, this is going to give us the best flexibility to come in and play with strategy somewhat. Over at the Ricciardo end of things, Ricciardo is trying to find a way past Bottas. He's having a sniff, but not quite finding any way past. This 4-way battle between both Team RBs and both Aston Martins is proving quite interesting. Although I think we've come to it just at its conclusion for this lap. They've all strung out for the DRS zones. Everybody and their dog, with the exception of Alonso, gets DRS, so nobody gets any particular advantage. It is a double DRS zone, so everyone who had DRS is going to open their DRS to have it again. Let's see, can Alonso hold on? Tsunoda's down the inside. It's going to be inside for this corner. But he's already well clear, so Tsunoda takes that place quite definitively. Meanwhile, Ricciardo has dropped back a little bit from Bottas, unfortunately. He is no longer feeling on peak form, which means he is now within reach of Magnussen, who is going to try and use the DRS advantage to get past. Ricciardo's doing a little bit of defensive maneuvers here. But very slowly we are eking out this gap to Valtteri Bottas once again. Coming into another DRS zone here. Bottas gets the DRS as well, but Ricciardo's actually got quite a good run. He tries to get alongside, but unfortunately Bottas shuts that door. And Ricciardo, our poor boy Ricciardo, is slightly frustrated by the attempt. try and nab some good screenshot. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say try and grab some good screenshots while the timing is good. Doop. There we go. That's a nice one there.
Magnussen has DRS.
This is so interesting from Aerosmith. Aerosmith is quite definitively keeping Sargent behind, and Gasly isn't pulling away as much as I expected. Yes, he is out of DRS range, but he's holding steady at currently 2 seconds ahead of Aerosmith, which is quite interesting. And just as I say that, Sargent does finally, after 9 laps, find a way past Aerosmith. And that is using the first DRS zone of the lap. So not necessarily particularly surprising. But if Aerosmith can hold on to the back of Sargent as they come around here. In fact, she's got the DRS detection, so she should now be able to use the DRS when they come into the zone, which is now. She does indeed use it. We'll see if she can close up that gap. These guys are not in the same race as us, so if we can make them use and abuse their tyres, this is for the best. In terms of their tyre strategy, both Gasly and Sargent have had to use more tyres than almost anyone else on the track, with the exception of Perez. So if this wasn't in their strategy, if this wasn't part of their strategy plan, it certainly is now. And in fact, Gasly seems to have had a shocker. Sargent has caught right up onto the back of Gasly, and Aerosmith, by virtue of the DRS, has been brought to the back of the both of them as well. So this fight definitely isn't over for Aerosmith. This is quite interesting. Up at the position 14 neck of the woods, Ricciardo is once again fighting off Kevin Magnussen.
Update on tires when you can.
I am ever so slightly cautious about Ricciardo's.
Quite a lot of vibration.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's tire or brakes.
I may have to consider pulling Ricciardo in, because these tires are hotter than I want them to be. Whereas Aerosmith is exactly on strategy, which is pretty good. Here we go. Ricciardo is once again onto the back of Valtteri Bottas. The DRS is open. Let's see if Ricciardo can make anything of it. Doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately, but he'll have DRS for the start-finish straight again. This gaggle, the RB Aston Martin gaggle, is once again alive and well. Let's see if we can't pick somebody to do some interesting things. Let's see what Yuki Tsunoda has to say about the situation as they come into the final start-finish straight. DRS is open. Cars are absolutely everywhere. We can see Ricciardo in the background trying to follow on, but unfortunately, despite everything, nobody can make anything happen. Bottas, interestingly, was right onto the tail of Iwasa very, very briefly, but unfortunately couldn't make it past. Carlos Sainz, despite his apparent issues, has managed to claw 1 place back to get into 7th place, and as well, I guess at the end of lap 10 on to lap 11 now, Verstappen is in the lead of the race, followed by Lando Norris this time, who is 2 seconds to the good of Charles Leclerc, fighting off Perez in what is fast becoming a very scuffed set of soft tyres. George Russell is in 5th, having dropped Hamilton all the way back down to 8th. Good grief, they were fighting for position at one point. Piastri is in 6th, hounding down George Russell. 7th, oh, actually, hang on a minute. I think we're just seeing a side-by-side little fight here. It's Piastri and Russell side-by-side coming around the final corner. George Russell still has a little bit of an overlap, but Piastri has in effect gained the position as they come over the line. It's going to be down to George Russell to see what he can do, but Piastri has the DRS and Russell doesn't. So this puts him in a really tricky spot. And because it's a double DRS zone, yep, there we go. And Aerosmith
Let's have a look at that.
has got
So
past
let's follow
Gasly.
the action going into turn 12.
Look at
The
this one.
opportunity's there.
So that is coming out of the end of the third
That move puts them in 21st.
DRS. Oh my god, okay, that was a bit naughty. Running them quite wide. So Aerosmith's now up to 21st place, and to be honest, Sargent and Magnussen's tires are very, very close to hitting the cliff. This is putting us in a really, really good position to continue managing this race. Our big worry is Daniel Ricciardo's overheating tires. He is burning those tires a lot faster than we necessarily would expect. I'm going to change our top-up mode to our ERS mode to top-up. Try and get some juice in so that if we get some decisive overtakes later on, we can really back up our drivers in doing so. Bottas has found a way past Iwasa, and Ricciardo is right on the tail of Iwasa as they come out of the third DRS zone of the lap, fighting off a charge from Esteban Ocon. They are side by side. Ocon's going to have the inside, but Ricciardo has the position. And we'll see if Daniel Ricciardo can close that door down, which indeed he can. They've got the DRS detection here, and Hulkenberg is diving into the pits. I am quite worried about Daniel Ricciardo's tires here. This isn't great. And Aerosmith gets past Zhao. Okay, that wasn't in my bingo card. Let's see how it happened. Oh, wow, okay. Wow, so 2 cars sneak past Zhao, 1 on each side. That is definitely a bold overtake. But that does put Aerosmith up into 19th. And we've come into the pit lane here. I've got to be honest, I'm not too happy about it. I want to bug out of this fight. Yeah, I actually want to bug out of this fight. So we're going to come in early. We're going to make the call. Come in early for these hard tires. So burn them. Give everything that you've got. Burn, burn, burn. And wait, hang on. Aerosmith overtook Sargent. So Aerosmith's now found her way up into 17th place by complete accident. Okay. That's fine. So Ricciardo's still holding well on to 14th place, but I want to get the undercut. I want to get off of these soft tires basically as quickly as I can. So let's see how this goes. So Ricciardo's going to hold on to this position. We're going to have no theatrics for the moment. We don't need to. No need to risk a spicy overtake. So we're coming into the pits now, and a few cars are joining us, so we're not going to get that much of an undercut. But let's see how this goes. So in terms of my listings, we've brought Ricciardo in on lap 14. Let's check the timer. 2.8, but we're blocked by a car. We got... So there was a problem for Yuki Tsunoda. But unfortunately, we also got held up by Bottas. So our stop wasn't too bad, but we couldn't be released because of Valtteri Bottas. So we're now onto a new set of hard tires. So let's go to top up and let's see what we can make out of this segment here. Aerosmith is currently holding on quite well, up in 13th place. And she's broken the toe to Gasly. That wasn't in my bingo card. Gasly does have the soft tires, which are rapidly approaching the cliff. And Logan Sargent down in 16th place has hit the cliff. His performance is going to be dropping off significantly. Safety car. Okay, fuck. Safety car. Where is Aerosmith? Okay, safety car has come out for some reason or another. So we're going to go to 1X and let's box.
Safety car, safety car.
Let's box.
Charge on, charge on.
To a new set of softs.
Okay.
And you can keep working with your brakes to help your tires.
There's a yellow flag now.
So
Let's take a
Iwasa,
look at the replay.
Ayumi
Right, here's the
Iwasa
action
has
at turn
crashed.
10.
Let's see how this happened. Oh, he just
And unable
absolutely
to do
lost
anything
it.
about that crash.
And it's
That's
right in the
one
middle of the track as well.
surefire
So
way
yeah,
to
that's...
put a dampener on your weekend.
Yeah, that is the safety car every day of the week. So the safety car is coming out. We have just done a pit stop onto the hards. So I'm happy for Ricardo to remain in position. So, conserve, conserve, harvest. Conserve, conserve, harvest.
We have to protect those tires.
So everyone is coming in.
Understood.
Who hasn't pitted, with the exception of Verstappen, which I think is actually a bold choice. Aerosmith is definitely coming in. So let's see how her pit stop goes in regards to everyone else. So we're under safety car conditions here for the moment. Let's see how our pit stop goes. I really hope we don't get blocked by anyone, because this could be unfortunate. This is what happened to Ricardo. That is a fast stop, and it's a clean exit. Fast stop, clean exit, huge. Absolutely huge.
They're okay.
2.61.
Follow the line of the car in front as much as you can to avoid debris.
Aerosmith was so fast she came out in front of Ricardo? Oh my god, that's insane. That is insane. What a pit stop difference that is. Okay, let's conserve these tires and try and build up what we can. So we're now under safety car conditions. Safety car is in pit lane waiting to pick up the leader. Iwasa thankfully didn't take any cars out in the process. So we are now going to be awaiting these cars. So the leaders did in fact take their pit stops after the safety car. So we're going to wait for everybody to bunch up. We're going to skip through the safety car period because not very much happens. Unless I want to grab some screenshots, but I'm not necessarily sure I do. It's looking kind of foggy here, all things considered, actually. Oh, look at this. Look at this little jamboree of cars. Oh, that's not what I wanted. The safety car is so slow. This actually happens in Formula 1, by the way. People complain about the safety car speed all of the fucking time. There we go, my two cars together. Look at that. It is under safety car conditions, but still. Okay, let's just continue harvesting as much as we can. We haven't got word from race control. The safety car is coming in. Crash recovery is virtual, so the car is no longer on track anymore. Okay, safety car is coming in. So let's go to aggressive, to push, deploy. Aggressive, push.
You're good to push.
Before the safety car comes in, we need to actually sort this strategy out because we brought Aerosmith in so early. The game is actually a little bit confused. I think actually if we soften down... No, actually... Okay, I might just have to double stop at Aerosmith. So we'll go on to a new set of softs here. Probably towards the end. Let's bump you up a little bit. Okay, let's call that a strategy for Aerosmith. And we'll see how we go with this one. Okay, so we've got enough fuel. We don't have to worry about fuel conservation anymore.
Understood.
So let's get ready on this one. So Verstappen is in the lead. The safety car has pulled away. Safety car boards and flags are still out. Safety car is in, but Verstappen controls the pace until they cross the start-finish line. So Verstappen's still holding on. Still holding on, and he's going, he's going, he's going. He has not left Charles Leclerc sleeping. Leclerc is pretty much right on his tail. They come around the start-finish straight to take the green flag, and immediately Charles Leclerc has got a run. Potentially for the lead of this race. It looked like he was almost side by side for a second, but backed out of it coming into the corner. But the eyes are going to be on our drivers down in 16th and 17th places. Let's see what we can make of this. Aerosmith is going down the inside of Hulkenberg. Pushes him wide. Aerosmith keeps doing this. She could potentially get an unsportsmanlike if she keeps doing this. It's the third time she's done this, I think, this season so far. Nevertheless, Aerosmith is currently the only one on the soft tires. So I have potentially fucked up the strategy with her, but we do need to make this one work. DRS is not enabled for the first lap after a safety car, so any overtakes that are made are done purely on merit. Ricardo is fighting off against Pierre Gasly on his ever so slightly softer tires. Gasly comes down the inside, and that's a pretty clean overtake.
We are very happy with the tires.
Unfortunately, not too much that we can do about that one. We're going to follow on with Aerosmith. So DRS is going to be available now, but they're not going to get it until they hit the DRS zone halfway around the lap. And so we've had a bit of a reversal here. Aerosmith is up into 15th place, where before she was towards the end, and Ricardo is down in 18th place. So Aerosmith's use of the hard tire was actually pretty good, all things considered. I very almost have regrets about taking her off them, actually. She seemed to do really well on those hard tires. Ricardo, on the other hand, is riding the struggle bus. The weather is changing here in Albert Park. We do have cloud cover in the skies, and we now have a 5% chance of rain, which is slightly worrying me a little bit. Track condition. Okay, 5% chance of rain, but nothing concrete for the foreseeable future, which is hopefully going to remain the case. Okay, Ricardo, we're going to put into top up mode for our ERS, and we're going to remain burning the fuel that we have. Aerosmith, how are we doing? I kind of want Aerosmith to keep burning ERS. I want to try and find a way past Valtteri Bottas if we can. We're the only person in the soft tires, so we ideally need to make gains. We need to make mad gains. As it stands right now, we've got a little bit of side-by-side actions between the Alpine and the Haas cars. Oh, it's almost 3 wide. Jesus Christ, almost 3 wide. And Aerosmith does find a way past Bottas. Does very almost find a way past Bottas. And there's some more shenaniganry going on in front of us. Aerosmith is in peak performance. Let's see. I think this was a DRS pass. Let's see how it happened. There we go. Yeah, so actually, her DRS closed, so she hit the brakes in response to Bottas blocking her, but nevertheless she still had enough overrun, despite the DRS being closed, to sneak her way past, which is pretty huge. So Aerosmith up into 14th place, and Ricardo is fighting off Yuki Tsunoda for 18th. This is quite interesting. We are, however, out of ERS, so let's go to top up mode for Aerosmith. It's going to be down to Aerosmith under the DRS. Actually, that was Ricardo that we were watching. So hard tire against medium watt tire. Ricardo is trying to find a way past Pierre Gasly, but that isn't really happening. And unfortunately, Ricardo drops the place as Yuki Tsunoda does sneak a way past on the inside. We watched that one happen, so we don't need to see the replay there.
This is my pace.
This is my pace. Okay, let's chill on these hard tires a little bit. Because they are overheating.
Focus on cooling down those rear tires.
Okay.
And likewise, let's focus on cooling the tires for Aerosmith as well. I think we've done what we can here. One thing I'm curious to see strategy-wise, if we go to you, so this is a 1:15:28. What can we do if we do this? Okay, if we do a soft stop and then look after our tires, we can potentially take 2 seconds off of our race time. So let's just try this. Let's full conserve these tires. We're burning fuel. We can give ERS as needed. But let's see if we can do this strategy to reduce this from a potential 3-stop down to a 2-stop. Let's just see what we can't get away with. So Ricciardo ideally really needs to start trying to find a way past Yuki Tsunoda here. Aerosmith is probably going to end up losing positions here, given that we've told her to chill on her tires. But it's acceptable. It's acceptable. Remember, in terms of final race order, we're probably expecting Ricciardo to end up about 16th. And Aerosmith to probably end up 19th, I think. So I think they will end up swapping positions again. But let's see how it happens. So let's really cool off on these tires and see what we can make happen. So at the end of the first couple of laps post safety car, we have Charles Leclerc in the lead of this race, being absolutely handed down by Max Verstappen, who has set the fastest lap of this race. Oscar Piastri is 3 seconds adrift, leading an absolute freight train of Perez, Sainz, Russell, Norris, Lance Stroll, Hamilton and Alonso. Alexander Albon is 6 seconds off the pace in 11th. Basically fighting this massive gaggle of cars that takes us almost to the end. So we've got Magnussen, Ocon, Aerosmith, Bottas, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Tsunoda, Ricciardo and Sargent are all in this fight for 11th place, with Zhao 1.5 seconds back. This is pretty messy for Albon. Albon is fighting for his life here. He is absolutely fighting for his life, Jesus. Oh, that is a very angry gaggle of cars. Albon's got cars on his left, cars on his right. And here he is, stuck in the middle with you. Aerosmith in 14th place is sitting there watching this situation quite eagerly, seeing if she can't find a way to take advantage of the situation. And Ricciardo is still head scratching back in 19th place on his hard tires, trying to find a way past, but not really being able to make quite anything work at all. As cloudy as it is, we're not particularly rocking any increased chance of rain, which is alright in my book. There was a bit of a hold up there. It looked like Ricciardo might have been able to make some gains, but instead he had to try and protect himself from Sargent, who was trying an overtake. And Sargent is really running ragged around Ricciardo here. So both of our drivers are holding on to their tyre strategies as expected. Okay, we've had a failed overtake for Aerosmith. So despite the fact that we have told her to chill on her tyre use, she is still trying to fight for positions. We did see an attempted overtake between Albon and Ocon for 11th position. Ocon unfortunately can't make it work and has to drop back. Aerosmith, meanwhile, is right on the tail of Kevin Magnussen. We'll see as they come into the double DRS zone if she can make anything work. Her DRS is open, but Magnussen's DRS is also open, slightly cancelling out that advantage. So it's going to be who has a run on who. Aerosmith sticks to his rear wing coming into the first DRS zone. Magnussen is right on the tail of Ocon, but nobody seems willing to make a bit of a move. I'm actually now not sure that my cars are going to get lapped, so so what are we on? We're on lap. So lap 25 plus 20 delta 3 60 divided by 3 is 30 laps. Yeah, okay. If my drivers are going to be lapped, then they are going to be lapped in the final couple of laps of this race. Doing very quick maths, I think that is pretty much how it's going to look. So at the moment I'm on a 0 strategy, whereas I started the race on a -1 strategy. So I need to pay attention to that in the context of my fuel use. Let's go back to interval mode. Ricardo went to 0-0-0. Ricardo was briefly attempting an overtake on Yuki Tsunoda, but wasn't really able to make it happen. Ricardo's tires are holding on well, so we're on track for a lap 40. Exchange, and our strategy for Aerosmith is a lap. Okay. Fucking hell.
Okay, I had a
That's
whiteout.
reds. That's not good.
Okay, keep it clean. Focus on the pace.
That is messy. So the red flags are out. Jesus Christ, what the fuck happened there? I guess we'll get to see the red flags in a minute. Jesus Christ. Okay, that unfortunately is going to be our first DNF, I reckon. So red flags are out. Let's see what happened. So it's Pierre Gasly. Oh, he just gets hit. And Ricardo said he had a lock-up, so...
Oh my...
I wonder if that was Ricardo that locked up and hit into the back of him.
And clearly
So that's
they're not
4
what everyone in the
cars.
garage would have wanted to see.
4 cars out, potentially. Oh, beans. So Ricardo is retired and Aerosmith is up into 14th place. Oh, this is not good. If I go into the mediums here, I do not think that we can hold on to the end of the race on these mediums. I don't think we can. I think we need to start on... I don't want to start on this scuffed set of tires. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do strategy conflict. So we're gonna start on a fresh set of softs. And we'll just redo her strategy. So Ricardo is out, don't have to worry about him anymore. And yeah, Jesus Christ, a lot of drivers out there. That is unfortunate.
Positions again. Once more, they're ready to race. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, attack and deploy, attack and deploy, attack and deploy. Let's see if Aerosmith can't find her way past, but she's dropping places like a stone. Jesus Christ. And it was Ricardo. Ricardo caused a major collision, so his lockup cost us that entire race. Okay, let's go into strategy view real quick. So we're going to need to edit the strategy, and we are going to want to go onto the mediums at some point. So if we do a normal tire use, fine, I think we're quite happy with this. So the good news is, as long as Aerosmith finishes the race, she is going to get her better than 20th position. But this is going to be an expensive repair for our car, unfortunately. Okay, let's just go back to normal tire use because we need to hold on to this strategy the best way that we can. So it's a full race restart, effective. Well, not a full race restart, but it is a full gridded restart. With everyone in position, and unfortunately Aerosmith, who took the red flag in 14th place, is now down to 17th place, so that's a big loss for us, unfortunately. And yeah, that's a big yikes for Daniel Ricciardo, unfortunately. We are failing to get past Logan Sargent, which does mean that we are in a bit of a shitty position. So it does actually look like these guys are going to be going, so the ones on the hard tire now, I expect, are going to be going until the end of the race. Somehow Carlos Sainz in his injured Ferrari is in first place. Not quite sure how that happened. Let's see if Max Verstappen can take that place back. At the moment, he is riding the struggle bus like a champ. But the good news is the weather has cleared up. There's now a 0% chance of rain, so this is pretty good. Oh, and Aerosmith finds a way past. So we missed that one. Let's go ahead and see how it happens.
See what happened. Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4.
So this is on merit. She takes the outside line, which is going to give her the inside line for turn 5, and she just secures that place. Huge. Huge. So she is making ground. Aerosmith is our Lord and Savior here, so we really need her to have a good run. So everybody on the softs, I expect, is going to have to pit again. Everybody in the hards is going to the end of the race. Everybody on the mediums, I think, is actually going to have to pit again. I don't see the mediums going to the end of the race because it was what I considered, and it just didn't really happen. So there's now 4 cars out of this race as a result of that collision, unfortunately. Yeah, Ricardo is probably going to get penalised ahead of the next race for that, since he can't take his penalty in the in this race. It's probably going to form a grid penalty at the next race. We'll have to see how that goes. So fuel use definitely isn't an issue anymore after 1 safety car and 1 red flag. We are just going to be monitoring this one. The Ferraris, for the first time in this race, are now 1 and 2 of this race. Leclerc has got an advantage, whereas in fact, Leclerc has taken the lead of this race from Carlos Sainz. Sainz, with his injured Ferrari, is holding off Max Verstappen. I suppose they are on the softs where Verstappen is on the hard. That does make sense why they got past. George Russell in 4th, with Lando Norris in 5th. Perez is in 6th and Piastri in 7th. Everyone is kind of nose to tail at the moment. Hamilton is in 8th place and has got a 2-second gap to Alexander Albon in 9th. Kevin Magnussen is hunting him down in 10th, with Stroll, Alonso, Hulkenberg behind. Bottas is 1.3 seconds behind. And Ocon is chasing him down, as is Aerosmith, as is Sargent, and as is Zhao. But that is basically the race order as we pass, as we just come to end a lap 30, which takes us well over the halfway mark of this race. And Charles Leclerc in number 1 position with nothing but clear air in front of him sets a new, is it a world record? No, it's not. It might be a new lap record. It's very close to it if it isn't. But Charles Leclerc sets the fastest lap of this race that may or may not be a new lap record. But for just now, we're going to be focused on our driver as we see what we can do. So we're just going to keep burning through this engine for the moment. And this puts us into a shit position pretty early on in the season, because this means that we are going to have to worry about rebuilding a car. Oh god, there was a spectator in the background who was rocking. God, I thought I heard tires screeching there. Jesus Christ, I thought we were going to have another crash. There was a spectator in the background there that had like 3 animation frames per minute. It was horrific. Oh, once again, the Aston Martins are side by side, and Lance Stroll takes a lunge down Alexander Albon to take 10th place from him. They are side by side once again. Can Alonso do anything to join his teammate? No, not only that, but Albon finds a way past. And George Russell now takes the fastest lap with a 1:19.6, which is decidedly a new lap record here at Albert Park. Just keeping an eye on our driver at the moment. Things are still very, very close all across this race. Oh. Aerosmith has gone side by side with Esteban Ocon, and she has eked a way past him to take 15th place, which is huge. So this now gains us 1 position and puts us within touching distance of Valtteri Bottas. Bottas is running the hard tyre, so ideally we should hopefully be able to find a way past him. It just depends on how Just depends on how quickly we can make that happen. We can see that Esteban Ocon has dropped quite a bit off of the back of Aerosmith, and Aerosmith has caught up fairly well to the back of Bottas. Meanwhile, the Aston Martins, this Aston Martin on Aston Martin battle has basically been the theme of this entire race here at Albert Park, with both Alonso and Lance Stroll just constantly fighting for position, usually at the end of every lap, and usually every single lap. Now this isn't good for us because we've now got a Haas and a Williams in the points, which is going to make this season very, very hard for my team. I think Williams already had points, but we wanted to avoid Haas getting points at this juncture. This kind of does actually put us in quite a shitty position, unfortunately. As for us, we're still holding on to these tires. Pretty happy with this one. Going to put us to neutral ERS use. My goodness, Aerosmith is right on the back of Valtteri Bottas. We're coming into the second DRS detection zone, so this is going to give us double DRS. We're coming into the first DRS sector now as Ocon tries to make a move. DRS opens, and we are trying to hunt down the tail end of Valtteri Bottas. Valtteri does not have DRS, so this hands a huge advantage to Aerosmith. We're into the second DRS zone now, so let's see if Aerosmith can use this to catch up very much to the back of Bottas, although Ocon also got a very, very good run out there. And unfortunately, there is nothing that Aerosmith can do. We're into the final DRS detection zone here, so this is going to give the Aerosmith the double DRS zone, but Bottas did catch up enough to get DRS, so that is going to nullify Aerosmith's advantage. Meanwhile, now taking the lead of this race is Lando Norris, who beats the lap record by a second and a half, over a second and a half actually, to take the lead of this race, which is very, very huge for the McLaren driver. Aerosmith is, where are we on the lap? So we're just coming out of the opening complex, where the Albert Park circuit starts to open up into a series of high-speed corners. Have to see how we can try and make the most of this. Aerosmith is once again actually onto the back of Valtteri Bottas. She is going to take the DRS zone, and unlike last lap, this lap both Bottas and Aerosmith are going to get DRS, so it is going to be down to merit alone to see if Aerosmith can find a way past. Can't do it at the first DRS zone. Coming up to the second DRS zone, DRS opens, and we can see that Bottas has eked out something of an advantage. Once again, the Aston Martins are fighting with people, left, right and centred. But they have at least been split up this time. They've been split by a Williams and a Haas. This isn't good for us. This isn't good for us. We need to keep Williams. Williams and Haas are the two teams that are most likely to get into the points that we don't want to be in the points. Sauber, Alpine and... Sauber, Alpine and Haas actually are the ones that we want to keep out of the points. If we can keep them out of the points, then we get our season objective. If they consistently score points, then we are a little bit fucked, unfortunately. Okay, the race is starting to string out a little bit. We do see a fight for third place between Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Max Verstappen and Perez. Oh, and Piastri actually. This is quite a freight train that I didn't quite appreciate. Alonso is actually on his own at the moment. He is 6 seconds behind Hamilton and 2 seconds ahead of Hülkenberg in 10th. And Hülkenberg is currently leading the freight train of literally 10th to 18th. So we'll have to see how this goes. Albon tried to find a way past Magnussen there, but couldn't quite make it work. So the two Hasses are together, 10th and 11th. And Aerosmith, bless her little cotton socks, is currently not making too much in the way of progress against Valtteri Bottas. I say that, but she is right on the rear bumper of Bottas. If she can get a good run out of this corner, she comes into the DRS zone again. DRS opens, but so does Bottas's. Can she do anything to catch up to the back of them? No, she drops back. That is unfortunate. We're holding on. Oh, Jesus Christ, that sounded like a tire screech again. Ah, Jesus Christ. Watching British racing, you typically, from the commentary booth, you can hear tire screeching in the distance, and you usually know that there's been an accident or an incident, probably before the cameras actually like pan to it. I don't know how it actually works, but I assume that every cameraman must have like a button somewhere that basically says something interesting is happening in my camera, that sends it through to the television control, and then the controller sees the thing that's interesting and then cuts to that footage. So you know, that all takes a little bit of time. So yeah, when I watch British racing, you do quite often hear that tire screech, and then like 3 seconds later it pans to a camera of a car that's like spun out into the gravel somewhere. Okay, so we've entered into our pit window for Aerosmith. I'm actually going to top us up in terms of ERS. So we're going to have to start making our pit stop fairly soon. I do want to hold on to these tires the best that I can. I want to do a lap assessment. So we are 21 seconds ahead of the leader, which means they are 59 seconds behind us, and the lap delta is currently 2 seconds, so that is roughly 30 laps, which means we will remain at the moment, at the pace the leaders are going, we will remain on the lead lap when we pit. We will remain on the lead lap until the end of the race, which means we're working to a fuel delta 0, but we're plus 4.8, so I highly doubt we're going to have to worry about this at all during the race. Actually, I want to see something. Is there a world where we put on a fresh set of softs? Because we've used 2 different dry compounds. So if we do this. No, okay, you need to be here. And so if we do this? No, it needs to be here-ish. So that's a 32 versus a 30. No, okay, we stick to plan A. Stick to plan A. Stick to plan A. Fine. Fine. So yeah, my lap delta calculation says that we will not get, unless something happens, we do not get lapped before the end of the race. We would get lapped at lap 68 based on a very, very rapid calculation. Let's see what we can do for Aerosmith here. I'll try and get a nice wee screeny of our car. Nice pretty car that it is. Hulkenberg's tires have hit the cliff. This could be interesting because this is right at the beginning of the lap, so if he's planning on pitting this lap, he is going to be riding the struggle bus like a champion. He is actually going to hold up significantly Stroll, Albon and Bottas, which may give Aerosmith some kind of chance to get past. So below 30% the tires hit the cliff, which is where they are still intact as a carcass, but they drop off significantly in terms of performance, and already less than 1/3 of the lap later we can see that Stroll and Albon are absolutely hounding the back of him. But can they do anything about it? That is going to be the question. And also the other question is Hulkenberg going to pit at the end of this lap? It will remain to be seen. It will very much remain to be seen. Oh, he's down at 25%. Hulkenberg has to come in here. He has to come in. And indeed he is. There he is. He dives into the pit. Yep, there it is. There it is. We're still on track for a lap 40 pit stop onto the mediums. A good Scottish medium spelt with a J. I don't think we'll particularly be able to undercut any cars, but it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Now, as I said, I'm expecting the hard tire runners to go until the end of the race. It's everyone who's on the softs and mediums that is going to have to pit again. Hang on a minute, I have a dumb idea. I have a fucking dumb idea. Okay. So let's say we pit at lap 40 and go back onto the scuffed set of hards. No, okay, that doesn't work. Fine. If we had a fresh set of hards, that would have been fine. But no, we're still going onto the medium set. Fine. Okay, fine. So Bottas is now pulled away quite a fair bit from Aerosmith. So we're not eking out any particular advantage by remaining on these soft tires. So I do want to pit, and I want to pit soon. We're going to go onto the medium tires, but yeah, it needs to be on our lap 40. Bearing in mind the leaders are quite far ahead. Look at that gap between the Ferraris. That is... So first and second are battling for position, and third is 11 seconds behind. That's ridiculous. Oh, Aerosmith lost 2 positions. Jesus Christ, how the fuck did that happen? I looked away for 1 second. So this is a DRS zone, and they just come around her. Wow, they just completely come around her. That is unfortunate. It's fine, I think Bottas lost 2 positions there as well, so that's not the worst thing in the world. So Aerosmith's gone from 14th down to 16th, and as we cross the start-finish line... Okay, I want Aerosmith in. Let's get onto this set of mediums, and this will take us to the end of the race. So let's pit this lap, let's get it done. Burn what rubber you have, deploy. Let's try and fuck up some other people's races while we try and figure this one out. So Piastri came into the pit and is back out on a set of mediums. So this is the front running soft runner starting to come in for their pit stops. We're literally just going to burn out what rubber we have left to try and make it back into the pits. And then this will see us through until the end of this race. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, right, sorry, I looked away for 1 second, and Aerosmith yeets her way back up into 14th place, which gives her the perfect finish here to head into the pits for her pit stop. Now, we had a frighteningly quick pit stop for Raven Aerosmith earlier on. Let's see what this one is. If we are going to result well in this race at all, then the result of this is going to be quite determinative. Let's see how we go. So 2.6 was Aerosmith's last stop. So 2.9. It's not 0.3 seconds slower, but it's not a catastrophic failure. We can absolutely, definitely take that one. So we're going to hold on to these tires. And now that we are stone dead last, I'm actually just going to full harvest. Full harvest for now for Aerosmith. Yeah, okay. So Zhao is definitely going to come out behind us. What are we? 21 seconds. So Zhao is going to come out behind us. 17, 18, 3, 21. Okay, so we're going to be fighting with Magnussen when Magnussen pits again, but Alonso will be in front of us, Sainz will be in front of us. Okay, so we potentially are looking at a 16th place finish, which is effectively what I predicted earlier. Remember, we're already above our 20th place reward, so we're still going to get our reward so long as Aerosmith finishes, but the better we can do, the better it will be for us in the long run. So as we are on lap 42, we have Charles Leclerc, who has regained the lead of this race from Lando Norris, who's now a second and a half adrift. Perez is in third place, 10 seconds behind Norris, with Max Verstappen hunting him down in fourth. Hamilton is on his absolute stormin' in fifth. He's getting ready for his pit stop on the soft tires. Russell is in sixth on the medium. He will be stopping before the end of this race. Alonso is the highest place, Aston Martin in seventh, who's also getting ready for a pit stop. And Bottas is in eighth. This this is a big problem for us. This is a huge problem for us. Bottas scoring points fucks us up massively. Actually, so does Williams, to be honest. This race is not good news for us at all. Albon in 9th and Sargent in 10th. Carlos Sainz, after taking his pit stop onto the soft tyres, is trying to regain ground down in 11th, with Lance Stroll looking at the back end of the Ferrari in what is quite a unusual set of circumstances. Ocon is 11th, Magnussen 4th. No, Ocon is 13th, and Magnussen is 14th. Zhao is 15th, Piastri is 16th, and 11 seconds behind him is Hulkenberg. Aerosmith is absolutely at the tail of this in 18th place. Hamilton takes his pit stop and is actually going to come out in 16th place. This is a kind of rough time to be taking pit stops. I wonder actually if we can hold on. No, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose more time than necessary. So Zhao's going to end up behind us. Magnussen is definitely going to end up behind us. There we go. There's Piastri getting past. Esteban Ocon's... You know, I actually said that the hard tyre guys are going to have to pit again. Some of... weren't going to have to pit again, but some of them definitely are. Ocon definitely has to pit again. I'm actually unsure about people like Bottas. God, it's going to be a hard ask. I think it's going to be a real hard ask for Bottas to get to the end of this. Verstappen and Perez are fine. But yeah, I think this is going to be a fairly hard ask. We're going to bump up the speed just a little bit. Because there's some squabbles going on across the field, but there's nothing that particularly interests us at the moment. People are slowly starting to string out. And yeah, I don't know. So we're at 15 laps to go. And Bottas is dropping 2%. Bottas is dropping 2% per lap of his tires. Which basically means with 14 laps to go is 28% off. So that puts him off the cliff. He is off the cliff. I do not see Bottas getting to the end of this race. So this could mix things up significantly. More importantly though, Magnussen is in the pit, as is Zhao. So we have to see how these guys go. The Williams of Alexander Albon is in the pit, and he got delayed by the cars coming in. So this might hand, this might hand a bit of an advantage to Aerosmith, but actually it totally doesn't. Purely because of how far back we were.
Oh dear, that's
Oh, and Zhao has an issue as well. God, that's going to hurt him in his race. Is this not the second time that Zhao had an issue? No, it was Yuki Tsunoda. So they couldn't get that tire off. That was really unfortunate. That puts Zhao. He's still in the pit lane. Jesus Christ. Okay. Magnussen, I do see a world where Magnussen gets past Aerosmith, but Zhao, I think he might be hard pressed to get past Aerosmith. In terms of our hard runners, Hulkenberg is going to the end. Ocon is definitely pitting again, and I'm going to call it now that Sargent and Bottas are going to be pitting again. I think they definitely have to pit again. So we'll have to see how this goes. Looks like Hamilton was attempting a little bit of a maneuver there to get past Valtteri Bottas. Hamilton should be able to make this work. He is in a faster car in the Mercedes and has newer and softer tyres than Valtteri Bottas. Hamilton's race is currently getting absolutely ganked, but he's got the DRS zone here. Let's see if he can make his way past. DRS is going to open for Hamilton. Hamilton is choosing to stick behind Bottas though. That's a bit of a bold choice, but he's possibly setting himself up for a move into turn 4. So it's a double DRS zone. DRS opens again, and immediately he dives down the inside. But can he actually get past? He can, and he almost loses a position to Sargent in the process, which is interesting. yeah, we really need these Cybers not to score points for our season. Like, you know, as a commentator, I shouldn't be particularly biased. However, I also am a team principal, so... okay, so Logan Sargent is... Logan Sargent is deeply involved in this scrap between Hamilton and Bottas. Hamilton's race is getting absolutely ganked by this whole encounter. Stroll and Sainz are going to be laughing that that Hamilton is being confined so far behind. Hamilton's still desperately trying to find a way past, but he can, and Sargent got alongside him there. Sargent in his scuffed ass tires is desperately trying to find a way past Hamilton, and alarmingly for Hamilton is almost making it work. Oscar Piastri has finally caught up to the back of this train, so we have to see how this goes in terms of fight. Yeah, this is the big fight here. I suppose there is another one here between Aerosmith and Magnussen. Magnussen is on newer and softer tires, so we do expect him to try and find a way past during this race. But our main source of interest is this battle here between Hamilton, Bottas, Sargent and Piastri. So Hamilton has finally found his way past Valtteri Bottas, but has burned a good bit of tyres doing so. Charles Leclerc in the lead of this race is going to have to come in for a pit stop again. Kevin Magnussen found a way past Aerosmith on the first DRS zone. That's not entirely unexpected, and it's going to be keeping Zhao behind is the main issue. Ocon will be pitting soon, as will Sargent and as will Bottas. Charles Leclerc make his pit stop from the lead of this race. He's in, he's had his pit stop, he's back out. Where does he come out? He comes out in 4th place. He's going to be onto a set of softs, I am willing to bet, and I saw the red wallet is indeed soft. He's actually gone onto a set of scuffed softs, which is interesting, but he does still have more soft tire life than the rest of them, so this is going to be pretty ambitious. So we are burning fuel as fast as we can. We have a bit of tire life to give. And we have been holding on to our ERS to use should Zhao catch up to us. The reason I didn't use it for Magnussen was because I had a feeling that was going to be a lost cause. And as you can see, Aerosmith is already like 2 seconds adrift. So yeah, it was never a big priority to keep Magnussen behind us. Yeah, we want to conserve our resources for when Ocon, Sargent and Bottas pit, and yeah, I am so sure that they are definitely going to pit again. For the lead of this race, so the Red Bull racing cars of Max Verstappen and Perez take 1st and 2nd respectively, and they are going to be probably squabbling for the lead of this race until the very end. And we now have 10 laps to go. Esteban Ocon has developed a mechanical fault. We'll see if we can hear over the team radio what's gone on.
Deployment.
Okay, sounds like an ERS deployment issue. So Esteban Ocon's ERS deployment has become a little bit fucky wucky. So not only is his tires fucked, but his ERS is screwed up as well. So Fernando Alonso does easily find a way past Esteban Ocon as a result. Let's see if Ocon pits here. If this was my team, I would have him pit here. And indeed he dives into the pit. Yep, here we go. So he's going to change onto a set of fresh tires, which should put him behind Aerosmith, who is coming out into the start-finish straight. It's a new set of softs that are going on. So out comes Esteban Ocon. In fact, is Zhao even going to get past? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Ocon comes out stone dead last. Okay, didn't necessarily forecast that one. And with 10 laps to go, really tempted to just start using our ERS a little bit more to start eking out gaps. Yeah, fuck it, let's just do it. So we're gonna go full deploy on the ERS. We're going to hold on to our tyres for as much as we can. We want to try and preserve the life as much as we can. Fuel is not an issue at this point. After one safety car and one red flag, fuel is not an issue. The battle for first place has become a four-way battle between Perez, Verstappen, Norris and Leclerc. So this is going to prove quite wild. Russell has dived into the pit for another set of soft tyres. I don't know if I had him on my pitting cards again, although I've mostly been paying attention to these two, who are definitely going to be pitting again, just not this lap. So yeah, this battle for first place has suddenly, very suddenly become a four-way battle between the two Red Bull cars who are trying to eke it out to the end on the hard tyres, and the two, the McLaren and the Ferrari, who have gone onto softer tyres not too long ago. Lando Norris has once again set the fastest lap of the race, and the lap record has been beat by 1.6 seconds, which is pretty huge running. Wasn't sure why Ocon was showing as not having done this one. Let's see here. Yeah, these guys on the hard tyre are going to have to be going into the pit lane quite imminently. So we do want to hold on to tyre life, but we want as best as possible to close up to the back of Magnussen, so that when Bottas and Sargent pit, we do find a way past to get 14th place. We were forecasting 16th, which is where Aerosmith is now, but that was before the big crash. So 14th would be icing on the cake and would really keep us in quite a good position for the overall standings. Meanwhile, oh goodness gracious, with now just 8 laps to go, this lead battle of 4 is going to be very, very interesting and definitive as we come to the tail end of this race, with no position on the podium being guaranteed in any way, shape or form. Any of these 4 could take it. Sainz with his injured Ferrari is probably going to not be able to catch up to anybody. He is currently on his own, 16 seconds behind Leclerc and 10 seconds ahead of Lance Stroll. Oh, Lando Norris, having made his pit stop, he came out in 4th place, but has now found his way back into 2nd place on his softer tyres. I think it was Norris that took a scuffed set of soft tyres, but he is making it work, and he's right on the tail of Max Verstappen coming into the final DRS zone. It's a double DRS zone, so he is going to use this to hold on to the back of Max Verstappen. Oh, Jesus Christ. Perez ended up into the runoff area, and Norris is going down the outside using DRS. He makes it work, and he is well clear of Max Verstappen to take the lead of this race. What a decisive move using DRS from Lando Norris. In fact, it's so decisive, he's actually broken the 1 second toll to Max Verstappen, who now finds himself fighting off the soft-tired Charles Leclerc, which is fascinating. Now, Sargent and Bottas have gone into the cliff. Are they... I wonder if they are going to try to go to the end. This is going to be fascinating if they try to go to the end, because their performance is going to drop off significantly. But if they can pull off the defense of the century, they may be able to hold on to these positions. Aerosmith is holding steady with Kevin Magnussen. I don't think this gap has come down, but Kevin Magnussen's gap to Alonso has come down quite significantly. Yeah, we need to see what these guys do when it comes to the pit exit time, because these guys' performance is going to drop off significantly. In fact, we can already see that Sargent, every time we look at Sargent's time counter, he's dropping back 0.1 second, 0.1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.1 seconds, 0.1 seconds, just dropping back catastrophically. He either needs to come into the pit lane now, or if they're going to go to the end, this is going to be horrific. It's going to be absolutely horrific. And we can see already, actually, Alonso and Magnussen are back on the tail of each other. Sargent dives into the pit. Does Bottas? No, Bottas stays out. Didn't we see that previously? They risk puncture if there's only a few laps to go. Also, hi, you've been lurking while playing DBD with a friend. How are you, Hibble? I'm doing good, thank you. We lost one of our drivers to a massive car crash earlier, which wasn't good. But Aerosmith is now up into 15th place when we forecasted her to finish in 16th. So Bottas is going to be the one to watch here because his tyres are incredibly fucking wucky now. But both Alonso and Magnussen do not find a way past. So we'll have to see how this goes performance-wise. Annoyingly, Aerosmith isn't closing down on Magnussen. This is actually slightly frustrating. With Magnussen getting blocked by the reduced performance Bottas, I would like to see Aerosmith really gain. But we're not really doing that, which is not good. So here we go. We're in the final DRS zone, and Bottas's blocking is proving quite problematic to Alonso and to Kevin Magnussen. We'll see if Bottas dives into the pit lane. We'll see if he does. He's on 23%. I wouldn't be keeping a car out with that. And he does. He comes in. He comes in. He comes in. So here we are with just 6 laps to go. Valtteri Bottas is into the pits. Oh no, 4 laps to go. Sorry, I misread my numbers. So now this is going to be the case. So this is going to free up all of the people in front of us to pull out distance to us. So I think this battle here is now for position. So we are deploying our ERS the best we can, trying to keep this gap to Esteban Ocon. Hopefully this battle between Ocon and Zhao will delay Ocon enough that he doesn't fully catch up to the rear of Aerosmith. But this is now, everything is now for position. I'm not forecasting any other pit stops for any other drivers. However, there is battles emerging, and indeed Hülkenberg gets past the Williams to take 11th place. Now this isn't good for us, because Williams already has points, so if they get points, then that's fine. But we want to keep Haas out of the points, so at this point we are willing Alexander Albon to overtake Hülkenberg. We'll see if he does it though. He's got the DRS, he's got the inside line. Is he going to get past? He does. He gets past. Hülkenberg backs out of it, and Albon is going to have the double DRS. So his wing opens and the Hülkenberg doesn't. So this is good for us in terms of overall race performance. So we're pretty happy with this one. Norris has secured a very decisive lead and is now dropped DRS range to Leclerc, who is fighting off against the two Red Bulls, whose tyres are starting to approach the cliff pretty quickly, although they definitely won't before the end of the race. Aerosmith is now in danger from Esteban Ocon. This isn't good. This really isn't good for us. We're definitely still on the lead lap. We're burning fuel as much as we can. We're burning ERS as much as we can. Honestly, this is just going to be merit from Aerosmith. If we can keep them behind. Ideally, we can. And Ocon is right on the tail of Aerosmith. This is kind of what we hoped didn't happen. Ocon tries down the inside, but can't quite make it work. But then does make it work, and Aerosmith gets the double pass. This happened to her before, and it's happened to her again. That is so unfortunate. Yeah, the double pass. We'll see if we can get past Zhao though. Zhao is somebody who Aerosmith is quite consistently able to overtake. It's not the end of the world because we were forecasting 16th for Aerosmith, so yeah, it's not the end of the world. I guess it's just going to be game on for Aerosmith to see what happens from here. So we can use DRS to try and catch up to the back of Zhao. But the most important thing is maintaining this gap to Sargent. We need to make sure that Sargent doesn't overtake us. And Albon is back into the points again, which is good for Albon, but doubly good for us because I mean that pushes Hülkenberg out of the points, so that is pretty huge. We're just going to keep our eyes on Aerosmith for the moment to see what she can do. She is dropping back quite a bit even with DRS. She does have a harder compound, and it is a more worn compound than both Ocon and Zhao in front of her. But as I said, Zhao is somebody who we have been known to overtake in the past, so here's hoping we can make that in particular work. So we're on lap 57. Oh, Lance Stroll's taken damage somewhere as well, which is pretty interesting. Not quite sure how that's happened. So 2 laps to go for Aerosmith, and Aerosmith does look like she's dropped out of DRS zone. Although it is a double DRS detection, so we can hopefully use this to try and close up onto the back, which we do. I think we're gonna pump this up. So Charles Leclerc goes on to the final lap of this race, and once again the battle has closed up. So it is now anybody's possibility to win this race. We've got Leclerc in first, and Norris in second, Perez in third, and Verstappen in fourth. It's a 4-way tie for the lead of this race, although I think only Norris and Leclerc have the tyres to really make the dream work. We'll see how this goes throughout the lap. Everyone else is in a fairly interesting position. Unfortunately, the leaders aren't going to have to lap again, so we will just have to see how this goes. Aerosmith actually looks like she was dangerously close to an overtake there, but sadly wasn't really able to make it happen. And we're on the last lap of the race, so we're going to tell her to burn her tyres. At the lead of this race, Charles Leclerc comes round. Where are we? Where are we on the track? So we're approaching now the penultimate corner of the lap, and Leclerc does have a pretty tasty lead off of Lando Norris. Coming around the final corner onto the start-finish straight, Leclerc is going to manage to hold on to it to take the checkered flag in first position, followed by Norris, Perez, and Verstappen in fourth. Carlos Sainz, with his fairly injured Ferrari,
Charles Leclerc is today's winner.
Has limped it round to the end of the race and will take 5th place, having dropped down to 8th as a result of the damage. George Russell is going to round out the corner in the lead of something of a little bit of a freight train of people. And actually, we're going to cut back to Aerosmith, because Aerosmith looks like she's under danger of losing out in the 16th position. We really do not want to let this Williams pass, but we've not done it on the DRS zone, so this is pretty good. We're burning those tires as much as we can possibly get away with. We're going to ignore the rest of the ordering, because our team is somewhat in danger. There is definitely still a chance for Logan Sargent to get past. Newer tires, softer tires. This is going to be a bit risky. Sargent is going to have the DRS, but he doesn't attempt an overtake. So Aerosmith does take 16th place. And the race is over. So this is a bit unfortunate for us, because we're now going to have to rebuild the car.
I doubt we'll see a smile on the face of Daniel Ricciardo after that one.
Having to retire early will no doubt be a bitter disappointment. But today is done, and it's all about looking forward.
And the Monegasque driver certainly proved his worth with a terrific drive today.
That sees them double their win tally for this season. They'll be delighted with that.
Well, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park, but it was a thrilling weekend here for us all at the Australian Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that's about that for this weekend here in Melbourne.
Next round will see us head east as F1 prepares for the Japanese Grand Prix. We'll see you at Suzuka, a firm favourite for the drivers.
Okay, right, we're back. So at the end of that result, somehow, after so many position changes, Charles Leclerc, who started on pole, retains the win of this race to take 25 points. Norris gained 3 positions to take second, and Perez gained 3 positions to take third. Raven Aerosmith gained 5 positions to take 16th place, and unfortunately, Daniel Ricciardo caused a 4-car crash, which resulted in a red flag, taking out Yuki Tsunoda and Pierre Gasly, whereas Ayumu Iwasa crashed out on their very own. In terms of the Drivers' Championship, this now puts Charles Leclerc into the lead of the Drivers' Championship, dropping Max Verstappen down to second. Down at the potato end of the grid, Raven Aerosmith is the same, and Daniel Ricciardo loses out 1 position to Nico Hülkenberg. Ferrari retains the lead of the Constructors' Championship, and as a result of that run, Haas leapfrog us by 3 places to take 8th. So Haas are our big threat. We want to finish 8th. Williams have points, so this is why we really need to prevent Haas from getting points, which we at least managed to do. But yeah, we dropped down to 9th, which is still on target for us, but I want to finish 8th. In terms of the fastest pit stop championship, wow, the fastest pit stops were very much on point. I thought we were going to take points with our 2.6, but as we can see here, that actually didn't happen. So that does drop us down to 8th in the fastest pit stop competition. Yeah, with a 2.8, a 2.6, and a 2.9. So we do need to work on that one. Ricciardo did not finish, so does not take the race bonus. However, we do get 300,000 as a result of Aerosmith's 16th place finish, which is pretty good for us. Now, unfortunately, this puts us in the predicament that we have to rebuild Ricciardo's car. So, the post-race briefing says that the chassis, front wing, rear wing, and suspension was destroyed on Ricciardo's car. The side pods and underfloor somehow managed to survive. And we have finished a front wing design, so this is pretty good. And a rear wing design, so this is definitely pretty good. Fine. So let's go to our R&D. So we have no R&D available. We have no R&D in process at the minute. So let's go ahead and grab a chassis improvement. Which we'll do for 4.5 for the chassis. Oh no, hang on. No, 3.5. Wind tunnel hours will be 46. So 46, and that leaves us with 46. Next, we'll just do this one balanced. And we will dedicate 5 engineers to this project. And this will cost us $1 million, which I'm quite happy to do. And we will start designing another. So we'll do. I think we'll do the side pods because our engine is running pretty hot. So we'll just max out whatever we have left. So the design focus will give us, yeah, okay, that's pretty good actually. And we'll just use our remaining engineers for this one. There we go. So in terms of manufacturing, I do want 6 of these new front wings, which will cost us $1 million and a bit. And that's fine. And we'll take 4 of these rear wings. Oh no, not emergency. We'll take 4 of these rear wings for $1 million. Fine. So that is going to take some construction to do. When are we in terms of the calendar? So this is Australia. We should actually be able to start putting some new components on these cars ahead of Suki. So let's just run time forward. So we're low stock on chassis, that's fine. We'll sort that one later. So chassis and suspension is quite low. Done some manufacturing. Driver development update. So Ricardo has learned nothing and Raven has learned nothing. Great. Fantastic. Oh, Pierre Hamlin has gained some performance, so this is good. Yeah, okay, pretty happy with this one. So we can change our pit crew schedule. So right now, we have a 31% chance of mistake, but we can reduce our pit stop right now. So let's do, so we can balance pit stop errors, pit stop time, fatigue reduction. So fatigue reduction reduces our chance of mistake quite a lot, but does increase our pit stop time quite a fair bit. So custom. Balance is 19. I wonder if we do fatigue reduction, because we do a lot of car building in our sessions. Let's see how this works for us. If it doesn't work, we'll just remember to not fucking do that again. Okay, let's continue. So we've got some manufacturing complete, and we have to do our next sponsorship plan. So we're right on target, which is fine. This secures us some $100 bill, so let's do the next one. So we've no mandatory activities, and our sponsors prefer race driver interactions. Race day appearance. Can we do anything with our dev drivers? We can. That's not great. Design center. Well, we're not doing a new design anytime soon, so we can definitely do this one. Fine, we'll do this one. Staff performance rating, that's fine. Wind tunnel advert is fine. Pit crew fatigue. Well, they're rested, so this is kind of a no-brainer to do. And I think we can do one more here. Engineer time size. Staff performance rating. Yeah, fuck it. An extra day or two it's not going to make that much of a difference to our research program. So I think this works well. It does fuck over Ricardo a little bit, but yeah, fine. But that will net us $6 million, which is actually pretty good. So race preview, this is fine. So we're going to come over here. Wind tunnel data concern. How much does this cost? Oh, it doesn't cost anything. Okay, that's fine. So there's an issue with our wind tunnel, which we are investigating. So we're going to need to rebuild our car here. So Daniel Ricciardo, we are going to pull from design number 1. The front wing, we're actually going to pull from design number 2. And the rear wing, we're going to pull from design number 2. The suspension, we don't have a new one yet, so we're going to pull from design number 1. And that is Ricardo's car rebuilt. In terms of our shit here, I'm worried about this gearbox. I might actually put a new gearbox in the car just now. The engine, actually, I might just refresh Ricardo's car. ERS, we've only got them. Okay, I'm happy with the ERS actually. Fine. Yeah, happy with all of this. Front wing, we're going to rebuild Aerosmith's car to put the new front wing on and the new rear wing on. I think we should get one more of these at race day. We do. So it's time for the Japanese Grand Prix. It's a balanced circuit and our car isn't well suited due to its low high-speed performance. Best strategy will be a 2-stop. So let us go ahead and take my notes. So we're forecast for light rain, which is going to be interesting. So we're going to do 53 laps with a lap record of 1:39. Let's see here. So safety car chance is 50% with pit losses of 30 seconds under normal conditions and 17 seconds under safety car conditions, and we are expecting a 2-stop race. So again, if the safety car comes out, we really want to pit our drivers unless it is a complete screw up to do so. Okay, we're going to set the same objectives as we did before. I'm pretty confident based on what happened last time. I'm actually going to risk both drivers with the 18th. This may mean that we get no rewards, but if both drivers finish 18th or higher, then this means that we get very close to 1 million in rewards, which is pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good if you ask me.
Konnichiwa from the Suzuka circuit in Japan.
Konnichiwa.
This unique track is a favorite home for motorsports, and it welcomes us back this weekend. Get ready for exhilaration and speed with the Japanese Grand Prix.
Not the bushes rendering in and out.
In the constructors' standings. And coming into round 4, there are plenty of teams who want to change that.
It's shaping up to be a great weekend, so don't go anywhere.
Well, I can't because I'm the team principal. Can't go anywhere even if I fucking wanted to, son. Okay. Oh, heavy rain for Saturday. God, that's interesting. Okay. So Ricardo's performance is going to be reduced. So I actually want him in the car for practice 1, but we are going to swap Aerosmith for Azevedo. The reason why it's Azevedo, because I've sank $500,000 into her development, so I want something to show for it. So we are going to manage this session, but actually you're not going to see it, because what we're going to do is I'm going to throw you guys to an intermission while I go ahead and take a facility stop and get a drink. So I will see you on the other side of a 5-minute or so break. Did you just slap him with the steak I just cooked? You motherfucker!
Where were you?
He's at the back. He's at the end of the
Fucking team.
What the fuck? Okay, Ricardo's temperatures are up. The tire.
And try to cool down the tires while you can. It's slightly coming up.
Let's try that sentence again. Ricardo's tires are up to temperature. Finish. No, it didn't matter. Oh, I'm in the bar. I'm spawned in the barrel of water. Go on, do it again. Die. I want to see you die.
And just to clarify, Sheila has my bolt action again.
She does, yeah.
And it doesn't have a penis engraved on it somewhere.
Not yet.
Dude, that fucking.
Guys, you guys, no fighting yet. No fighting yet. Hold on, look. What are you doing, aircraft? Fuck, I'm dead. Not good. Not good. Not good.
So that's what needs. They have the blue over here. Oh my Tyler!
I don't understand this.
Timer!
You beautiful dumbass! What the fuck?
Goddamn, we're gonna lose this because we can't find the thing we need.
Oh my god.
Let's engage the boss axe in it. Dickheads. Motherfucker. Hey, fucker! Oh my god, my entire universe just blew up. The fuck? Okay. Ooh, god dang. It's an Amber Lens. Oh god dang. That's a pretty tasty. he was rubbernecking. He just fucking absolutely punted it into the police. Outstanding.
I didn't see anything come this way.
Oh no, there's a mimic. I just heard my own voice.
Oh,
I don't know how to help her. I'm not helping!
I'm dying and healing at the same time. I don't like this.
Wait, what happens if you...
Aww. Alrighty, hello everyone. We are back from our little break here. So we are underway in the practice sessions here. So you can see, because we've now put new car components on, we've gone from 100% familiarity with the car components down to, we started at 67%, but we're now up at 69%. Nice. And Ricardo has just finished his feedback session. So we'll get him in. And Azevedo is about to finish her feedback session. She's actually really good at this. So let's reconfigure for Ricardo. So we need a lot of a decrease on straight line performance. Let's actually push all the way to the end. We'll take this in there. That in there. We'll wind that back by 1. Bring that out to here. And then we can use the toe to adjust the rest. So let's try this on for size. I don't expect this is going to go particularly well, but we'll try it on for size. Okay, let's get Azevedo in. Ooh, yellow flag somewhere. Not sure what happened there. Let's reconfigure her car. Oh, actually, huh. Her satisfaction's actually pretty spot on, all things considered. We can probably adjust the rest with the toe. Okay. Not bad, actually. Ricardo has done his thing, so let's head out. So we'll wait for Azevedo to finish up her performance upgrades, her setup upgrades rather. And we'll see how she does.
What was the cup?
Okay. So Ricardo has finished his, so let's get him in just now. We're still waiting on Azevedo to finish hers. So the satisfaction is still bad, but we've actually gained quite a lot of learnings. So let's adjust our shit a little bit. I want the anti-roll distribution changed. Let's tweak the front wing a bit more. And let's sort this tire camber out a little bit more. Actually, do you know what? I might just neutralize everything. Let's just get everything back into the middle and just restart this setup. So we're going to do it as shallow as possible. Whereas before we were trying to do it as much as possible. Shallow as we can get away with. That puts us here, but then that fucks up our anti-roll distribution. Can we achieve this with toe? No, we can't. So we need to kind of get you in here. Okay. Let's tweak you back a little bit. Okay, this is a good setup for Ricardo. Let's get his stuff in place. We're still waiting for Azevedo to finish her run. Car satisfaction is currently good. We'll definitely take that one. Definitely take that one. So let's reconfigure her tires. We're actually out of tires. So let's switch to some softs. And we are going to go for, what are we going to go for? Car setup. Okay, so our straight line performance is pretty optimal. So I don't want to change that. So this basically means I feel like I want to tweak this to here and then use camber to adjust this back, and then we'll use the toe setting. Okay, that's kind of low-key scuffed, but actually that's not bad. Okay, that's not bad. This could potentially be a 100%er. So let's start the reconfiguration. And we'll send Ricardo out. Ricardo, you just full conserve those tires. And then let's send Azevedo out as well. With 10 whole minutes to go. So I expect that both of these setups are going to come back looking pretty good, which makes me happy. Definitely makes me happy. Only 3 minutes to go of the session left. I don't know if we're going to get very much more in the way of insights before this happens. The more we get, the better it's going to work out for us going into practice session 2. Ricardo's going to complain about his tires, and that's fine. I don't care. We're just going to get in.
Confirmed.
Take the checkered flag, and we are done with practice session number 1. So we now go on to practice session number 2, which is probably going to be our last one in the dry. So let's see what we can do for this. So this is actually all looking pretty bang on just now, so I might actually just leave this one be. And as for you, this is also actually looking pretty bang on as well. So let's see what the AI can do with you. So we're going to simulate this session and see what the numbers look like at the end. If they're particularly fucked, then we'll manual the third session. 96 and 94. Definitely could take that, but we can actually do better than that. Yeah, we can definitely do better than that one. So let's wind this back to here and get Ricardo. Okay, we're on inters. And then for here, oh, I think we can definitely do better than this as well. Okay, we can definitely do better than this one. So let's just simulate this session. I'm pretty comfortable we should be able to have good numbers for us. So let's complete this.
We're moving on now to
And now it's time for qualifying.
Qualifying session.
Suzuka is a notorious circuit, both for its unpredictable weather and the difficulty of closely following other cars. Making the right call on when to head out to avoid traffic and
This is my
dirty air
team.
can make all the difference here.
Charles Leclerc has been a talking point for many of late. Karun, how do you
Yeah,
think he's
the
doing
motion
so far?
blur is absurd in this game. It's a good looking game, it just needs to not have as much motion blur.
But the big question is, will they be able to keep this performance up?
Fortunately for us, it's nearly time for them to hit the track.
Yay! Okay, fine, so it's heavy rain for us. Right now the track weather is light rain. This could prove pretty pivotal for us. So we're on Inter, so we ended up here. I wonder then... that was kind of as much as we could do. Fine, so we'll stay on Inters. Let's do this one. So what can we do with you? And so let's try this. Fine, okay, so we're on Inters for this, and we want to get our cars out early because I think the race conditions are going to get worse. I can't remember how to check it though. Results reports, circuit info, race targets. Yeah, okay, I can't really remember how to check, but fine. So we've done this one, compound. There is a way of checking, I just honestly can't remember what it is. Alright, fine, whatever. Let's go. So we're gonna manage session. And as soon as the green flag flies, which is now, let's get our cars out. So let's look at these track details. Yeah, it's gonna get heavier. So we want both of our drivers out now. Iwasa is already driving an injured car. That's pretty interesting. Okay, we're going to go to sector view. And let's see what we can do. So Daniel Ricciardo is beginning his flying lap. Let's take a look at him here. So the wet kit, so it's currently heavy raining. Oh, actually, we might be on the wrong tire for this. It's still dry. We could have potentially done a soft tire lap. Ah, that would have secured us an amazing place. But it is what it is. Live and let learn. Everyone else is on Inter, so it doesn't fuck us up particularly bad. Yeah, do you know, we should have actually done... we should have done softs here. We really should have done softs here. Ricardo does set a fast... Oh no, it's been overtaken. Ah, that's annoying.
Okay, that's currently P1. Charge on in box. Charge on box.
So we are expecting the track to start in dampening now. Yeah, here we go. It's starting to get worse. If we had if I'd realized this and we'd gone out on the soft tires, that could have potentially been huge. But I didn't really realize. So the track is now damp. DRS is disabled. I wonder actually. Hang on a minute. I'm kind of curious now. As much as I'm not a fan of save scumming, I'm kind of curious to see about what difference it would make if we'd gone out on the dry. Actually, fuck, I should have taken a save there because this could all go absolutely Pete Tong on us. Fuck it, if it goes Pete Tong, it's kind of our own fault, isn't it? Okay, fine. So we do lose our changes to our setup, which we need to tweak. Change our toe. So let's do a stupid thing and go for a set of softs for both of our cars. Let's see what difference this actually makes. Manage session. We'll see what this does. Because the track is still dry. Although actually the profile seems to have changed a bit. Okay, let's send our drivers out. We're gonna skip this. Okay, let's see what difference this actually makes. I imagine it won't probably be good, so we're still under dry conditions ish. Which means because we're on a dry tire, I think this means we get DRS. I probably need to do our sectors. No, okay, it wasn't worth it. The inters were probably better for this run.
P1.
Let's wait till our cars come in. Track conditions changed to damp. DRS is disabled. Let's get our cars in, which they now are. So yeah, okay, that wasn't the strat. That was not the strat. But our cars are now in. Let's quickly put a fresh set of inters on and try and get these guys out before the rain gets too bad. So yeah, it turns out any amount of rain is not a happy amount of rain. Oh, for fuck's sake, why? Run plan. Yeah, run plan. Just so... I hate when the game does this. Okay, let's reconfigure Aerosmith for the same. So let's put a set of inters on. And I highly doubt we're going to be able to make any progress here, but we may as well at least fucking try, because we don't... Why? I fucking hate when the game does this. Oh yeah, we're configured for a 1 flying lap. Okay, well why haven't you fueled it for 1 flying lap? Okay, I don't expect we are going to particularly beat anyone, but we'll try. Oh, everyone else is coming out, actually. This might not end up being the worst thing. So we're on a flying lap with no traffic. But we don't improve any, which is unfortunate.
Charge on in box. Charge on in box.
Yep.
Although track conditions aren't going to get any worse, so I wonder if we stick another fresh set of inters on and try this again. I mean, ultimately, if we finish last, then we finish last. Okay. So car. Oh, actually, hang on. Car setup, 97%. So this is the highest we can get. Okay, fine. Let's put a fresh set of inters on and try this again. Car setup, so 97%. Okay, we did get to 97% for Aerosmith. That's fine. Fresh set of inters. We'll do one more stab at this. I don't think it's going to make that much difference, but fuck it, we may as well try. Send out. Send out. Let's try this and see how we go. So yellow, 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 yellow. Fine, fuck it. We're at the end of Q1. It does mean we can get to you know, push forward straight to a race. Fine. So qualifying 3 results. So Max Verstappen takes the lead of this race. Oh, of course, Daniel Ricciardo had a grid penalty anyway. I did actually forget about that one. Time to get my cam off.
It won't be long before we get underway here in Japan with 53 figure-of-8 laps around this historic circuit.
Anything can happen at Suzuka, as Kimi Raikkonen proved in 2005. The Finn battled all the way from 17th to win. Will we see a similar show of will and talent today, I wonder?
Suzuka is a high-speed, high-downforce circuit with unpredictable weather. Drivers need to have total trust in their cars to make the most of this challenging figure-of-8 lap. The excitement is building, there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprise in that. It's race day.
Okay, so we're back. So we start with light rain, so we're definitely going to be starting on dry tires for this, which is fine. Reports. I don't care about reports. Time considerations. Deployments per season. There've been 2 virtual safety cars, 1 safety car. Oh wow, these pit lane differences are different from expected strategies. Okay, fine. Let's carry on. A 5-place grid penalty for Daniel Ricciardo, which is fine because he starts at the back anyway. And so it's gonna be okay. Here we go. So this is it. So this is the chance of rain. So the chance of rain comes up here. Oh. Okay, I don't like this 80% chance of rain. I think this is gonna fuck us a little bit. Okay, so we are 1.9 fuel per lap. So Ricardo starts 22nd, and Al Smith starts 21st. This is gonna be a hard race for us, guys. I have Regretti Spaghetti overtaking the positions as we did. So if that's what we're forecasting, that within 20 laps, what do these softs give us? The softs don't give us enough life, so I think we need to start on the mediums. So let's do the mediums to here. Bring this back to where it goes to the 80%. This is gonna be kind of rough, actually. Do you know what? I think I'm honestly just gonna have to strategize as I go. Okay, let's put everything up to maximum. We're gonna underfuel our cars by 1. Actually, I might do 2 because you don't use as much fuel during the race. So we'll do a -2 strategy. So we're 1.9, so let's call it... okay, so 0 minus 1.7 is our safety margin, which is going to be 3.4, which is going to be 4, 7, 5, 5.1, 5.1, 5.1, 5.1, 5.1. So we're going to underfuel our cars by 2 laps. And I think we're basically just going to fucking have to strategize as we go. So we'll put a fresh set of mediums on to start this race. And then we'll bring this back to about here. Fine. Okay. Fine. And we're just effectively going to have to play this by ear and see how we go. Oh. Oh, good grief, that caught me out of the blue. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's get ready to start the Japanese Grand Prix.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. The calm composure of Sergio Perez amongst the hustle and bustle of the grid.
They're 4th on the grid, so I'd expect to see them mount a challenge for the top 3 in this race.
Right, let's get to it then. The drivers are warmed up, they're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Alright, lights are out, away we go. Let's tell our tactics to attack and defend. Attack and defend. So everyone looks to be away quite cleanly. Our cars remain at the back of the field, although it looks like one of the Williams ran hella wide there and lost a couple of places. That was Alexander Albon. As for the rest of them, we are doing what we can. So we are expecting rain later. And Zhao. Okay. Good start. Good fucking start. What happened there to Zhao?
Just keep looking after your tires.
He just looked like he stopped. I don't see any damage in his car.
Safety car.
He is showing as having damage.
Okay, stay close to the reference.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Oh. Okay, that's not particularly helpful. So he was showing as having a damage pip, not a mechanical fault pip. So yeah, that's something. Anyway, safety car comes out, which means we're just going to conserve as much of what we can. This is actually good for us because this is going to let us rebuild on this strategy, which I actually need to reconfigure. So we're minus 3.6, 3.6, 3.6, 3.6. So in order to finish the race, so we've got what? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 3.6 divided by 4 is 9. So that is going to be 2.7, 1.8, 0.9, and 0. Oh no, it's only 3 actually. Fuck. So 3.9 divided by 3. No, it's, okay, no, it's 5. It's 5. It should be 5. So it should be 7. So it should be 2.9. 2.2, 1.5, 0.8. Fine, so that's our numbers there. This one is a bit simpler, so it is 1.9 divided by 3, which is not very high. 1.9 divided by 3 is, let's call it 1.8, which is going to be 6. So, 3.0, 2.4, 1.8. Actually, no, fuck it. 1, 5, 9, 1.7. Okay, we should be good. We should be fine for this race. So this makes us nice and easy. So we're just going to hold onto here. We need to keep track of this weather because this is going to get a little bit rough. So I think here lap 30 is very potentially when we're going to be going on to the tires. So we'll wait for the safety car. Safety car is about to come in.
Get ready.
So I think I want to forecast to a...
We have margin to push a bit more.
So let's do deploy, and standard. Let's see what our drivers can do. Our drivers, not actually sure quite what happened there actually. I don't know if there was pit stops, but our drivers are now 16th and 17th instead of stone dead last, so presumably some people use this opportunity to get off their soft tires. Anyway, safety car is in. Verstappen has gone. He comes down the start-finish straight, and Leclerc is attempting to make a move on him. The green flag flies across the circuit, and it's 3 wide for second place. Goodness gracious, that potentially looked like it was going to get really crazy really quickly. But yeah, we somehow managed to make it around the corner. Let's pay attention to our drivers though. It looks like Aerosmith has dropped back. Not really too sure why her rear light is flashing. In the dry, a rear light flashing means that the ERS is not deploying yellows again. Oh goodness, another fucking safety car. Okay. What the fuck even is this race? What is this race? Okay, safety car is deployed. Let's conserve, and harvest. Conserve, and harvest. Let's see how that happened. Jesus Christ, that got mental. So this is Ayumu Iwasa coming in here, and oh, he locks up into the back of. Oh,
This is an unforgiving sport.
He locks up into the back of the Aston Martin and absolutely fucking thundercunts it into the barriers. That's unfortunate. So that is no doubt going to put the RB Racing and one of the Aston Martins out, which I think now means the oh no, okay, yeah, okay, so there's another, okay, fine. Okay, we're actually very intensely going to watch the cars at the lead here on the cameras and see what they do, because if they pit, I might pit. Our drivers are checking in on the drivers that crashed. Okay, no pit. No pit for anybody who's on mediums. Fine. We can very potentially gain some positions from this. So this puts... This puts Aerosmith and Ricardo very, very, very high. So Iwasa gets a penalty for causing that collision. And Carlos Sainz loses positions. Let's see how that happened. So coming in for the pit stop. They are unable to get the... Looks like the front right, actually. We couldn't get that off. That is, as they say in the industry, no fucking bueno. Let's see here. So this gives us some positions, but I don't know if we're going to be able to hold on to it. So looking at our looking at this graph, so this changeover between track surface level, track grip level, and rain is when I want to be on inters. So I kind of need to hold on to lap 26 is kind of the shtick for me, who's emailing me this fucking time. Oh, it's Flight Simulator. Okay, that's fine. Fine. So I actually kind of want to have a little bit of a look at our strategy here. So, let's push this. So lap 26 is when I think the changeover is going to be, which means I need to be rocking about here. So we're going... let's save this. So we're going to predict lap 26 as our changeover. And we'll see how we go for this. Okay, so it is safety car conditions here at Suzuka Circuit. Let's see if we can grab some rather interesting screenies while we're here. Because we all know that I am something of a whore for the screeny shotties. Oh, look at this one. Hold it. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Well, that's our two cars. The number 3 and the number 60. That one's even fucking better. Okay. Do love me some good screenshots. Let's see if we can stick on this view for a bit. We'll see if it gives us any interesting views of the flag boards, but I actually don't see any fucking flag boards around. Okay, I'm officially bored. Right, let's just run through this one. We'll see when the safety car chooses to come in. We're now at 30% risk of rain, so this could become interesting. I'm really glad that we underfueled our cars, because this is going to give us quite the advantage. This is going to give us quite the advantage when it comes to when racing resumes, because the rest of the cars will have fueled to a 0 lap delta, whereas we have underfueled by 2. So we are very potentially going to be 2 laps lighter than every other car on the grid. Potentially. We're now up to 50% risk of rain. We're still under safety car conditions. Not quite got around to clearing that track yet. Okay, safety car is coming in. Safety car is coming in. Let's pump up to aggressive. We are going to full burn on fuel use. And let us deploy. Okay, so all eyes are on Max Verstappen as the safety car peels into the pit lane. He now sets the pace for this race. The safety car is in. He goes when he feels is entitled. He's still holding pace, still holding pace. He's picking up the speed now, He is gone, but Leclerc is dead with him. In fact, Leclerc is still with him. They are once again side by side. Verstappen, much to his frustration, cannot shake Charles Leclerc as they do the safety car restarts for the second time. Meanwhile, Yuki Tsunoda has developed a mechanical fault in his RB racing car, which is thankfully behind us. So hopefully that doesn't come to too much of a head. And the race is once again on, but not only is the race once again on, but we saw some driplets coming down. The track is now dry. The track is dry, but is gaining a little bit of moisture. So once it gets to 1.0, we have to be on the inters. So looking at the track details right now, we can see it starting to moisten up. We'll have to see what we can do. Aerosmith, unfortunately for us, is unable to keep pace with Valtteri Bottas in 7th place. We'll have to see if Ricciardo can find a way past. I am loath to do team orders, but I may consider it because I do want Ricciardo to be freed. If he cannot get past during the DRS zone, which is not now, then we're going to need to make some kind of switch. So Ricciardo is right on the back of Aerosmith's car. Can he achieve an overtake? If he can do it on merit, then this is fine. But Ricciardo is definitely the faster car. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry, Aerosmith. I hate doing this. But I can't. Don't fight your teammate. Don't fight your teammate. I'm sorry. Team orders, swap about. Good job, she let him pass straight away. That was instantaneous. But now that Ricciardo is passed, if Ricciardo fails to get away, then Aerosmith is entirely entitled to overtake. But as it stands right now, Ricciardo has already pulled out 1 second on Aerosmith, which means that Aerosmith is acting as a bit of a blocker for Daniel Ricciardo. As it stands right now, technically speaking, both of my cars are in the points, which isn't going to last. I highly doubt this is going to last. However, if it did, that would be pretty cool. But yeah, so Ricciardo is very swiftly pulling away from Aerosmith. He's actually eked out 2 seconds on Aerosmith, who is having to defend against a freight train of every car from 9th down to 19th place. However, the rain is coming down heavier and heavier, so we've adjusted our track details. So we expected to swap over to be under lap... oh, fuck, hang on. Yellow flags. Virtual safety car. So conserve, harvest.
Now it looks like
Conserve. So Alexander Albon has had an absolute shocker. So as the rain started coming down heavier, he's gone into the barrier entirely on his own. Jesus Christ, this is becoming a war of attrition in this race. Jesus Christ. So let's conserve tire, conserve our fuel use. Actually, I wonder what happens if we burn our fuel use. But let's harvest our shit here. So we need to be watching the weather really closely. So we expected our changeover to happen at lap 26. Our upgraded forecast now shows this happening at lap 23. So let's do cross to... Okay, my pen. This is not the time to run out of ink pen. So we are once again, and for the 3rd time so far in this 11-lap race, we are under virtual safety car conditions. We'll see what the leaders do, but I don't think it's sensible to change tires at this point. So we're under virtual safety car times, nothing. Okay, virtual safety car is ending. So let's do attack, deploy, and deploy. So Albon's car has been recovered. We are awaiting the end of the virtual safety car period. The green flag flies, so unlike the safety car, you don't have to go past the start-finish flag. As soon as the green flag flies, you are free to go full racing speed, which our drivers are now doing. The rain is coming down heavier, but we're not quite at inter conditions. We're going to keep an eye on this. So the changeover is still lap 23 as far as I am concerned.
Update on tires, please.
What is the grip? So grip is this yellow line. Oh no, grip is this line. It's a rubber. Okay, it's the rubber is here. So I think this is going to indicate to us the changeover. So we're going to watch this very, very closely, and I think if we see anybody dive into the pit lane, we are probably going to end up following them. Charles Leclerc, one of the only leaders who is running the soft tire, has taken the lead of this race from Max Verstappen. They are currently yeeting around the place on their soft tires while the grip allows. The rubber level is currently very low, which is currently dangerous. So yeah, this changeover is incredibly important. We need to keep an eye on this one. The next update is in 2 minutes, and Aerosmith has lost out a place on Yuki Tsunoda. Let's see how it happened. Looks like it might be a DRS pass. So we've gone from the Australian race, which has 4 DRS zones, to the Japanese race, which unfortunately just has the 1. So any overtakes that happen have to be done entirely on merit, and unfortunately the Yuki Tsunoda, despite his mechanical issue, has made that happen on merit. Let's hold on to this. So I'm currently predicting, what, lap 23 for changeover. Ricardo's strategy hasn't updated. That's a bit annoying. So I'm predicting lap 23 for changeover. So 23 for changeover, and so we are okay to go on this one. So as long as we keep above this curve, we should be fine. We should be fine. So the next track update is in 1 minute. When that happens, we will check our weather situation. And Yuki Tsunoda seems to have resolved his technical issue. So we'll need to see how that progresses. Charles Leclerc, in the lead of this race on the soft tyre, has pulled out a second, nearly a second and a half, off of Max Verstappen, who is fighting off Lando Norris, who put up a really good fight at the last race, and our drivers are now out of ERS. So let's put them back to neutral mode. Lando Norris has the DRS open. He tried the right side. He's now trying the left side. He almost made it, but Max Verstappen managed to claw back the inside line from Lando Norris to keep hold of second place. And now, as a result of that attempted maneuver, Perez is now hunting the back of Norris. Yuki Tsunoda has unfortunately overtaken our very own Daniel Ricciardo. Let's see how that happened. So not using ERS, we can tell that by the light. Medium against medium, DRS against no DRS. It was pretty much a sure thing that Yuki Tsunoda would sail on by, and that is exactly what has happened. Which is unfortunate for us. Unfortunate for us. Okay, the weather situation has been updated, so let's see what the script is. We're now expecting the changeover still on lap 23. Fuck, Aerosmith. Aerosmith ran wide. Oh, see, she cut the grass.
And they might want to take a look at the floor of the car there, because that won't do it any good.
Yeah, it does actually look like there's some ripples on the floor of the car. So let's check Aerosmith's car. Is there any damage? There's no damage to Aerosmith's car, and she thankfully didn't lose any positions as a result of that, but it does push Esteban Ocon into DRS range of Aerosmith. Ricciardo has also lost out on DRS zone to Yuki Tsunoda, which is slightly frustrating.
Okay, understood.
We're still expecting this changeover on lap 20. Actually, I need to update your strategy. So we are expecting a lap 23 changeover. Yeah, okay, we need to see how this goes, but I'm mildly tempted to pull in Aerosmith before we pull in Ricardo, because Ricardo's holding onto his tires just that little bit better. But we've got 4 minutes until the next weather update, so we're going to keep an eye on this situation very, very closely. At the moment, both of our cars are still in the points, so, you know, if nothing changes, guys, if nothing changes. Okay, the car, so Ocon has DRS on Aerosmith, who does not have DRS. This is the only DRS zone, and Ocon dives to the inside. Aerosmith tries to cover off, she manages, but Ocon stays on her rear wing. But unfortunately cannot make anything happen here. So for the rest of the lap, with the sole exception of the start-finish straight, any passes that Ocon tries to attempt is going to be on merit only. Oh god, Aerosmith is not very confident, and Ricardo is not too confident either. Hopefully that changes over time. Ocon's trying down the inside. He thought about it, but in the end decided not to. Definitely decided not to. There is a Ferrari behind us. I didn't plan on Carlos Sainz, Hamilton, and Piastri being behind both of my drivers. They on the soft tires are going to be trying to find a way to the front, but very soon we're probably going to end up having the pit lanes onto inters, which will see us all through until the end of the race, unless damage or punctures. But I don't really necessarily count on this one. So we're very much now considering lap 24 for the changeover. So I want to hold on to this tire performance as much as I can. Yeah, very much want to hold on to this tire performance as much as I very much can. I'll see how this goes. So Ricardo's kind of on a race of his own. He has started catching up to the back of Valtteri Bottas, whereas Aerosmith is leading an absolute freight train. And is that Ocon I see side by side with Aerosmith? He's had the DRS and he does manage to effect a pass, which is slightly unfortunate. We'll need to see if Aerosmith can regain that position. Ocon is not necessarily in a faster car, so it might technically be possible. However, we expect this Sainz, Hamilton, Piastri train to overtake Gasly and start putting pressure on Aerosmith. They will get past Aerosmith, of that I am sure, but it's whether or not when they overtake Ocon, does this present a situation that allows Aerosmith to gain an advantage. That is going to be the situation for us. So as we can see here, Sainz is already well on the back of Aerosmith. And you know what? Don't defend. Don't defend, let them past. Because it's a fucking Ferrari and we are a potato on wheels. It's not gonna work. We're only gonna compromise our own race if we fight to keep these guys behind. So the Ferrari is now going to attempt to overtake, and Aerosmith is not going to challenge. Good, okay, that's the right call. Okay, it's Hamilton behind us again. We don't necessarily want to defend. Let's try and keep on the back of the Ferrari best that we can. We're on neutral for this one. So we're doing okay for... Oh, we just had another weather update. So we're still looking at lap 24 for this changeover. Hamilton goes past and Gasly is behind. So let's defend against Gasly, because we do not want Gasly to overtake us. Yeah, we do not want Gasly to overtake us. Oh, I didn't realize Ocon had overtaken us as well. Fuck, okay, that was a bit of a problem. Yellows. We've got yellows somewhere. Don't know why. Yellows have gone. I guess we'll find out in a second. So George Russell had a lock-up in the Mercedes. So coming into the hairpin... Oh, he just absolutely fucks up. And he's lucky not to get stuck in that gravel there. Oof. That is 10 out of 10 oof points. He doesn't lose any positions for that, but I guess does lose time. Okay, so Ricardo is now fighting off against Carlos Sainz, who's desperately trying to find a way past on his softer tires, which I suspect he's probably going to achieve at some point or another.
Okay, so fronts.
Aerosmith's race is compromised somewhat, but this actually works into our favor a little bit. So there's currently a 0.8, 1.9, 0.8, 2.7. So there's currently a 4-second gap between Aerosmith and Ricardo, which means I can stack our pit stops on the same lap without issue, unless one of our drivers has an absolute fucking shocker of a pit stop. And it would have to be Ricardo that has a shocker. If Aerosmith has a shocker, fine. Nothing ventured, nothing lost. So here is Piastri using the DRS to get past Aerosmith. That's not an entirely unexpected result. Carlos Sainz is just in the process of finding a way past Daniel Ricciardo.
That's okay.
We're expecting this changeover still in lap 24. So we're holding on to this. Holding on to this best we can. So, currently lap 18, we have had 2 actual safety cars and 1 virtual safety car. Let's take stock of this race. We have Perez, who is in the lead of this race in the Red Bull Racing car, followed by Max Verstappen, who is right behind him and is indeed might be trying for an overtake here. Just about got the inside line, but in the end can't make it work. However, he is glued to his rear wing. He's got the DRS trigger. Let's see if Max Verstappen can take the lead of the race during the DRS zone, the singular DRS zone that exists upon this circuit. His DRS is open. He got a not unreasonable run, but not a terrific run. They are, however, side by side, as is Norris behind. And Max Verstappen, as I'm trying to take stock of this race, does take the lead of this race, now followed by Checo Perez. Norris is in 3rd place in the McLaren, with Charles Leclerc in 4th. Lance Stroll is in 4th, fighting off from George Russell, who is attempting an overtake. Charles Leclerc's tyres is actually pretty scuffed. He's probably going to have to make a dry weather pit stop soon, which isn't what you want. Yuki Tsunoda is having a great result for RB Racing, up in 7th, with Lewis Hamilton in 8th. Valtteri Bottas is in 9th place, although his tyres are not holding on very well. I have a horrible fear he might have to make a dry weather pit stop soon. Carlos Sainz has found his way into 10th place, having pitted for soft tyres during the initial safety car period, with our own Daniel Ricciardo 4 seconds adrift in 11th. Ricciardo is fighting off from Ocon, Piastri, and that's kind of it. Aerosmith is in 14th place, fighting off against Gasly, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, and Sargent is just almost within DRS range, trying to keep track of this little train of cars here. We will have to see how this goes. So the rain is coming down heavier, but we're still not expecting the changeover until lap 24. Which puts my drivers in prime position for their changeover period. However, somebody like Leclerc is he's gubbed his tires. He has absolutely gubbed his tires, and I don't think Bottas is going to be able to hold on for that much longer either. I think Bottas is possibly going to have to change to inters soon, and Leclerc is probably going to have to change to fucking something almost imminently. And Ocon dives into the pits. Okay, so all eyes are going to be on Ocon. What does Ocon do? If Ocon goes to inters here, this could be the undercut. This could be Ocon's undercut. We're not expecting this. And it's inters. It's inters. Greenwald inters. So Ocon goes on to inters. We're going to pay attention to the lap times from here on out and see what Ocon can do on these inters. Aerosmith loses a position to Gasly, which is a bit shit, actually. Bottas, I think, is going to have to pit soon. We're honestly not expecting this changeover for a little while. But Ocon is now on the inters. Let's pay attention to the sector times, and let's see what Ocon does. So Ocon is the only one in this field who is on inters. If he starts setting greens, then this is going to be a problem. We need to consider diving in for inters basically immediately. Basically, immediately.
Okay.
Okay, Oscar Piastri in the McLaren overtakes Ricardo. That's fine. That was basically a given. We don't really care about that one. Okay, leaders are starting to come in. Does Ocon set a green sector? This is going to be the thing. Come on, give us this first time, Ocon. Come the fuck on. Fuck it, we're gonna dive in. Let's dive in for inters. We're gonna do it. Oh no, we missed a pit stop. Okay, hang on. Dive in. Dive in for inters. Fuck, we missed a pit stop for Ricardo. Fuck! That's annoying. Ricardo, burn it, burn it. Fucking absolutely burn the midnight oil. Absolutely fucking demolish what you have.
Box.
Demolish what you have left. We're coming in for inters.
Switch to Inter, please. Switch to Inter. We focus on the cars ahead now.
Fine, everyone else is doing it. We may as well as. So Aerosmith. Oh no, Aerosmith missed it as well. Okay, that's annoying. Ooh, this is rough actually. So what is the interval between our cars? The interval is... Okay, there's still enough gap between our cars. We might be able to make this work. I'm not massively too happy about this though. I fear that we might be getting undercut. I kind of want to see what Verstappen does. So Verstappen is coming around the pit lane here. He's got a fucked set of mediums. Let's see if he comes in. And he dives in. Okay. He dives in. George Russell. What are we doing, Russell? What are we doing, Russell? Are we coming in? Are we not coming in? Russell is coming into the penultimate corner now, and he is coming in. He's coming in, as is Stroll. Okay, right, fine. Everyone's coming in. Yep, happy with our decision making. So this is going to be a double stacked pit stop for Team Hibbe F1. There should, in theory, be a 7-second gap between our cars. So I should be able to get Ricardo and Aerosmith in and out without issue. Unless Ricardo has a catastrophic pit failure. So Aerosmith is in the pit, Ricardo's in the pits. Good vibes, folks. Good vibes. Good vibes. Good vibes. Let's see how it is. Let's see how we go here. So pit stop. Tires on. 2.9. Not a fast stop, but not terrible. Aerosmith pit. It's a slow stop. It's a very slow stop. Okay. Shit, that's a shame for Aerosmith. That's not good.
And who's that having an issue in the pits?
It's Aerosmith. We've been over this.
In front of us, Gasly.
Okay, this puts us in a bit of a shit position, but I feel like status quo has been somewhat restored. Aerosmith, unfortunately, is stone dead last, so I guess we just kind of have to see what we can do with this race. We're still expecting the weather to worsen. We're not really at changeover yet, but everyone else has gone on to inters, which I think means we're going to probably start seeing fastest sectors soon. If we speed up a little bit. Well, no, I suppose it won't be actually. I suppose it won't actually be fastest sectors because of the fact that we had some dry running before this. So I guess we can get rid of that one. Okay, right, so Ricardo in 14th place is currently fighting off against Hulkenberg. The track is not damp, so there is still DRS in effect. Ricardo himself is fighting for position against Gasly, and Aerosmith is fighting for 18th place. The good news is because of the amount of people that crashed out, if both of our drivers finish the race, then both of them meet their objective of finishing 18th or better. So effectively we don't have to risk our drivers in order to get money. However, we do effectively have to risk our drivers in order to get positions, because we want to retain our position within the Constructors Championship. We did have an overtake there. Ricardo overtakes Gasly. I think this might have been using DRS here, because this is a DRS zone. And then into the first corner, Ricardo secures that position. Nice. Ricardo, man, honestly. Okay, so Ricardo is up into 13th place. We're not expecting too much tire drama. We need to make sure that we are keeping above the profile of this line, because if we dip below, we're going to lose tire performance at the end of this race. And I think Aerosmith is probably going to be marginal for it. I think we're probably going to end up getting lapped, but we need to wait until everybody sets intermediate laps to see how that is going to work out. So, as it stands right now, everybody in the race is now on intermediate tyres. Verstappen leads the race 2 seconds to the good from Lando Norris, who is in second place. Charles Leclerc is half a second behind him in third, with Perez chasing him down for the final podium position. George Russell, somehow, is 12.5 seconds adrift in fifth, with Lance Stroll on his own in sixth, as is Hamilton, as is Sainz, as is Tsunoda. And Oscar Piastri in 10th place is fighting against Esteban Ocon, and Valtteri Bottas is behind them. Ocon is trying an overtake and indeed has it. Track condition has just changed to damp, which means DRS is now enabled. So any overtakes that happen from here on out have to be done on merit. The McLaren and the Alpine cars are side by side. And as much as I enjoy seeing an underdog, you know, doing good and gaining positions, we do want the McLaren to get past, because we want to keep Alpine out of the points. They are one of our direct competitors. However, that being said, Esteban Ocon is holding on to this position really well from Oscar Piastri, who, despite the fresher intermediates, is struggling to find a way past. Valtteri Bottas in 12th is struggling to catch up to the back of those two who are fighting, and Daniel Ricciardo is leading something of a freight train of Gasly, Hülkenberg and Magnussen. Logan Sargent is in 17th place, and Aerosmith is currently stone dead last, 8 seconds adrift of Logan Sargent. Let's see how Oscar Piastri tries to get himself past. Piastri just cannot seem to get himself past. So yeah, we're basically at the change over here. So this is maybe a lap after I predicted it would happen. Oh, Piastri was thinking about the inside there, but he couldn't make it work. Let's see if he can do anything coming into the start-finish straight. Remember, DRS is now disabled, but Oscar Piastri just has to float back into position for now. He's, however, right on the tail of Esteban Ocon, and rather than take the toll, Oscar Piastri has chosen to go side by side as they come into the initial complex. They are still side by side. Piastri has the inside line, Ocon does not, and Ocon loses the position quite firmly. Couldn't stick side by side with Piastri, and Piastri moves up into 10th place with Ocon staying 11th. The fight for 13th place is still pretty hotting up. Ricciardo is pulling slightly away from Gasly, and Hülkenberg and Magnussen are very much hunting them down. Are we expecting any reduction in rain? You know, towards the end of this race, the rain may let up. We may end up going back to... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We may end up going back to dries. That is a distinct possibility that may happen at some point. It very much may happen at some point, but for just now, it's very much as is. And Ricciardo has broken the toe to Gasly. Remember, DRS isn't a thing, so the 1 second gap doesn't denote the ability to use DRS. However, in motorsports, when you are generally within 1 second of the car in front, you are within space of the disruption that the car in front causes to the air, which means you benefit from reduced drag. And Ricciardo has broken the toe, it's referred to as the toe, to Gasly. which is pretty good. So Gasly is now firmly having to fight off against Hulkenberg and Magnussen, and Gasly is effectively acting as a blocker to Daniel Ricciardo, hopefully allowing him to chase down the back of Valtteri Bottas, who is currently in the Alpine, who is currently chasing the Alpine of Esteban Ocon for 11th place. Do you know, given how marginal my tyres are until the end of the race, I am not fancying Ocon's chances of making it to the end of the race on 74% tyres. I have the horrible feeling he may end up having to try to pit again, which might be slightly messy. We'll just have to see how that goes. Meanwhile, for for second place, I tell a lie, Charles Leclerc is hunting down the tail end of Lando Norris, trying to make the dream work, given that there is no DRS. He comes down the inside line. Can he get a successful overlap? He can. He pushes Norris slightly wide, and Charles Leclerc takes second place from Lando Norris as they begin this opening complex of the lap. Norris now in third. Carlos Sainz. Can Carlos Sainz do the same as he approaches Lewis Hamilton for 7th place? Don't think so. Sainz looks like he is too far behind at the moment, which is unfortunate. Valtteri Bottas may try the same on Esteban Ocon. It looks like it's a mild run, but not a good run. And Bottas, unfortunately, can't do anything about that. Unfortunately for Daniel Ricciardo isn't massively gaining on Bottas. But Gasly is, however, holding up this freight train of people behind. And Aerosmith is riding the struggle bus. Okay, with half ERS available, I'm going to hit Daniel Ricciardo to neutral ERS use. I'm actually probably going to do the same with Aerosmith, because we don't have a need to overtake anything now or anytime soon, unless Ocon's tires go off. Yellows. We don't know what the yellows are for. Logan Sargent has taken damage. So Logan Sargent ran wide. Let's see what happened.
Oh, we've seen a few go off the track there. Fighting with the car, just a little perhaps.
So that's high speed damage for a high speed off for Logan Sargent, which has presumably damaged the underfloor of his car, and he is now reporting as battle damage as opposed to mechanical damage. So this may or may not allow Aerosmith to catch up to Logan Sargent. We'll just have to see how this goes. One thing I do want to do is I want to take a look and see our lap times. So lap times currently 97 seconds. Aerosmith is 66 behind, and the delta is 3 seconds a lap. So that is going to be 31 divided by 3, so 10 laps. Aerosmith is going to get lapped. Ricciardo is a second faster. So what are we? So 97, 52. So 45, and is he's Delta 2. Oh, hang on a minute, I fucked this up. Delta 2, oh yeah, no, we're fine. So Delta 2 is going to be 22 laps. So by my forecasting, Aerosmith is going to get lapped at lap 39, and Ricciardo will get lapped at lap 49. By my dead reckoning, rather impromptu mathematics. Yuki Tsunoda has redeveloped his mechanical fault from earlier in the race. Let's see what the team radio says.
So slow in engine.
It seems like it's an engine issue. That's not great for Yuki Tsunoda. Okay, so my quick and no doubt drunken maths has made some predictions. We'll have to see how this goes. 59, 49. Yeah, okay, that's good enough for me. Right, let's go. Let's go back to interval mode. So it looks like Hulkenberg has overtaken our slow car of Gasly, as has Magnussen. So Hulkenberg is right on the back of Daniel Ricciardo, so this is now a fight for position. Oscar Piastri has not yet overtaken Yuki Tsunoda, which he kind of needs to do. I need him to overtake him in quick format. But Ricciardo ideally needs to keep ahead of both Haas cars. I think that's probably one of the only ways that we can win. But this is a really shitty position for us. We are in danger of our competitors getting points, and we don't. So this is ever so slightly scary. Yeah, this is ever so slightly scary for us. In terms of tire wear performance, we're currently doing okay. Aerosmith, I'm tempted to drop down to light tire use to see if we can get some more tire gain on the people next to us. She's already last place and she's not within the limits of catching up to somebody. So let's let them burn their tires and we'll hold on to our tires. Because if we don't have to pit stop again, this is going to be really good for us. Whereas somebody like Bottas and Ocon, maybe even Hulkenberg, they are at very high risk of having to pit again. Probably going to pick up the pace a little bit because I don't think there's too much happening. There's a few people within gaps of each other, but nobody really seems within necessarily overtaking opportunity. So I'm pretty content with this for now. So we'll do 2x speed until it looks like something is imminently about to happen. Looks like actually there might be... So Lando Norris has got right on the back of Charles Leclerc. We'll see if he can make something happen here. Is it a good run? It is. He is gaining time on Charles Leclerc. He might try to dive down the inside, but I don't think he has enough of a run. And he knows he doesn't have enough of a run, so he just slots in behind Charles Leclerc. And he'll hold on to that for another lap. Hamilton is trying to get past Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. Let's see if Hamilton can make that happen. Hamilton immediately dives towards the inside line. Can he get an overlap? We can't really see from this angle. It doesn't look like he has an overlap. And he has no choice but to slot in behind Lance Stroll once again, with Carlos Sainz gunning down Lewis Hamilton as well. Oscar Piastri has found his way past his blockers and is going to start chasing down 7th and 8th position. And Ocon and Bottas fight will be pretty interesting. This fight can go either way and we don't have to care. We only have to care if this Alpine ends up in 10th place, because that would be a big problem for us. Meanwhile, Ricciardo is fighting off Nico Hulkenberg.
Bottas, by the way.
And we need to hold on to this the best that we can. Because keeping both Haas's behind us should let us leapfrog them in the tournament. The championship, which will be pretty good. All things considered, racing in the rain is pretty fucky-wucky. No DRS means very limited overtaking opportunities, so let's sit on 2 times speed. Hulkenberg is attempting to catch up to Ricciardo, but not really massively successfully managing it. Meanwhile, somehow, Aerosmith is eking out a little something upon Logan Sargent, so this could come to head in a few laps' time. Speaking of a few laps time, as they come onto the start-finish straight, Nico Hulkenberg is hoping for a good run on Daniel Ricciardo as they come onto the start-finish straight. He's 0.4 seconds behind, and that speed is closing. He's in the toe. He's got the run. Is he going to dive down the inside? No. He slots in behind. So unless he tries a risky dive as they come into the opening complex, it looks like Hulkenberg isn't really going to make much stuff work. So I'm thinking a lot of these cars are probably going to have to pit before a lap's end, before the race ends, which is going to be pretty good. So both Ricciardo and Aerosmith are under the same kind of tire usage profile as the leaders, who I think are going to the end. But Ocon, Bottas, Hulkenberg, maybe Magnussen, and definitely Sargent, I think they are going to have to pit again. So I think there is a potential for quite a few place gains before the race ends here, which is pretty good. Let's just stick with this little battle here. Everyone else is continuing to string out, although it looks like the Hamilton-Stroll battle, Hamilton-Sainz battle is coming to a head. Sainz tries the inside line. Can he make the overtake happen? No, he cannot. And that is pretty much going to be it for another lap. We will stick with the Ricciardo-Hulkenberg battle as they round the final corner into the start-finish straight now. Hulkenberg is 0.4 seconds behind Ricciardo. We'll see what kind of run he gets. It's extended. It's coming down, no, because of the toll that we talked about earlier. It's 0.5, 0.44, and he can do nothing. He can do nothing but let Ricciardo get away. That is pretty much Hulkenberg's only opportunity, and for every lap Ricciardo keeps Hulkenberg behind him, Hulkenberg is chewing his tires like nobody's business. And in fact, we can see that Ricciardo is very much within, you know, distance of ruining Hulkenberg's tires. 15% is the tire use difference, which is impressive. We might actually drop Ricciardo back to light tire use, which may potentially bring this gap down, but I want to preserve these tires as much as possible. When we get towards race end, I really want to be the one that has the most tire life in play. Well, it looks like the Hamilton-Sainz battle has become the Stroll-Hamilton-Sainz battle. Tires are cold. This is fine. I don't mind the tires being cold. It is wet. And Aerosmith has actually eked out another 2 seconds over the time that we have been time skipping. So she's now only 2 seconds behind Logan Sargent, who I am pretty certain is absolutely going to have to pit again. The only caveat is if we hit the other side of this trade-off. And maybe here at lap 50, I have a fear that we might be dry tire eligible. Well, that's what I wanted to do. So we'll have to see how this goes. The only battle in the track at the moment is now this one between Stroll, Hamilton, and Sainz. So we'll stick with this, albeit at 2 times speed, to see how it progresses. And it looks like Hamilton has tried to go down the inside of Lance Stroll, but has not been able to make it work. That will push Carlos Sainz towards the back bumper of both of those cars.
Next car is Max.
Next car is Max. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ricciardo's next car is Valtteri Bottas. Okay, don't know where that one came from. Hamilton is desperately putting the pressure onto Lance Stroll. Can he find a way past? And can Carlos Sainz capitalize on that to follow them? They're on the best overtaking opportunity of the circuit, and Hamilton is right on the rear wing of Lance Stroll. They round out the final corner onto the start-finish straight. It's 0.4 for Hamilton, down to 0.3. Still 0.3. Hamilton tries the inside. 0.2, 0.1. Has he got the overlap? He doesn't. He doesn't. And Stroll closes the door, and Hamilton can do nothing but slot in behind him. And that is probably going to be Hamilton's attempt for another lap. So let's just put the fast forward back on. Once again, as much as commentary is important, there's no point in commentating something where there's nothing happening. And as they said during the race briefing, there is very little opportunity for overtaking at Suzuka, especially in the wet weather conditions. So as we sit here, it looks like Hamilton actually has a bit of a run here down this something of a back straight. We're down to 0.2, 0.1, 0.15. Hamilton can't make it work, but he is trying. Oh! Oh, that's a hard knock. And it's safety car. It's safety car. It's safety car.
Now it looks to be Lewis Hamilton involved in that.
Let's watch that one again. We watched it live, but let's watch it again. So it looks like Hamilton has something of a lockup, and he goes right into the back of Lance Stroll, and both cars spin off. Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for sure.
Okay, so the safety car is out. Aerosmith. Where's Aerosmith? So everyone seems to be pitting
Safety car.
for a fresh set of inters.
And make sure you stay positive.
Aerosmith is already last, so let's get her in for a fresh set of inters.
Reminder on tires. Keep up the weaving.
I want to see what everyone else does. No, because everyone's gonna pit for everyone's gonna pit for inters here. These guys are going to need to pit again, so we should pit for everyone's on a level playing field. Yeah, so let's pit for a fresh set of inters. Everyone seems to be on inters so far. So Ricardo in the pits. Let's watch. Let's see how this pit lane goes. This is our third actual safety car and one virtual safety car for something that only had 50% safety car chance. This is wild. Okay, Ricardo. Good stop. Good stop. Good stop. So 2 seconds. 2.5. 2.8. Not good. Not good. Not terrible. Puts us out 11th place. We'll take it. We'll definitely take it. Aerosmith is in the pits. Let's see how this goes. Okay, here we go. 2.7, not great as well. So Aerosmith comes out in the end, but this closes down this gap. So this is huge. This is huge.
17 laps to go.
17 laps to go.
Okay, understood.
Okay, pretty happy with the way this has come out. Safety car allows Aerosmith to pass. Let's just keep... we don't need to hold on to fuel any more than we need to, but we do need to hold on to ERS, and we do need to hold on to our tires the best we can. Now, I don't know if somebody like Sainz is going to pit again, because Sainz and Piastri have pitted fairly recently. So we'll see what these guys do. No, okay, no pit. No pit, no pit, no pit. And it looks like Verstappen, Leclerc, and Norris, and Perez, they've all gone onto, it looks like they've gone onto a set of scuffed intermediate tires, which is interesting. I would have thought they had enough intermediate tires left over to make something work. Oh, we are within touching distance of the points, but the problem is this means that Bottas and Ocon are in the points, and we need to be higher in the points than they are. So this is kind of a scary situation for us. This could be the thing that, like, you know, fucks up our year, depending on how this goes. Tense moments, guys. Tense moments. That's what I wanted. Safety car, baby, don't hurt me. Okay, let's time skip until the safety car comes in. So yeah, we got to watch that live, which was pretty good. ERS is fully charged, this is fine. So there's currently, what's that, 15 laps to go? Yep, 15 laps to go.
We okay on temperature?
So...
Keep temperature in your tires.
We're looking at this. There's been a crash! There's been a crash under the safety car! Kevin Magnussen! What happened here with Magnussen? So under safety car condition, Magnussen locks up and hits his teammate.
Who hit me?
So both Hulkenberg and Magnussen under the safety car crash. Let's look at Magnussen's car. Oh, their cars are going to have damage for sure. So under safety car conditions, and Yuki Tsunoda has a lockup as well.
Yuki Tsunoda.
What is going on?
All right so far.
This is the wildest.
Heavy on the brakes.
This is the wildest Suzuki race I think I have ever seen in this game. Holy hell. Holy hell. Magnussen's damage may be terminal. Oh, look at the vibration. Look at that vibration. Okay, safety car is ending. Safety car is ending. So let's attack and attack. Let's go to our strategy view. So if we do full aggressive, that's fine for me. And for Aerosmith, if we do full aggressive, that's borderline fine for you. But you know what? Fuck it. I think we can make it work. I think we can absolutely make it work. So deploy, full tire use is going to be balls to the wall until the end. So the safety car is in the pit lane. Verstappen has control of the pit lane. He is coming into the penultimate corner now. Rounding the final corner, he starts to pick up the pace. He is accelerating to full racing pace. The green flag flies. Charles Leclerc is staying with him. In fact, Charles Leclerc is trying to spook him down the inside. This is his third time of asking of doing this, but this time he makes it work. He forced Verstappen wide. But he has to back out of it. That is unfortunate. So Ricciardo up into 11th place and Aerosmith here in 16th. Magnussen has very, very severe damage and a penalty, and Hulkenberg has damage as well. So this is potentially going to allow Gasly, Sargent and Aerosmith to overtake the two very damaged Haas cars. We'll have to see how this goes on for the rest of the race. Hulkenberg actually didn't pit, so he's got fuck tires as well. So this is going to be very, 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 very interesting indeed to see how this goes. We should be under... Yep. We should be under intermediate conditions until the end of this race. So the question is, can our drivers gain anything here? Ideally, we can overtake... So Ricciardo ideally needs to overtake Bottas. This is kind of the main thing for me. We can afford to lose out to one of these teams, Alpine or Sauber, but we cannot afford to lose out to both of these teams. So let's see if we can get past them, although Ricciardo is dropping back. We are going to stay on full tire use and full fuel use until the end of this race. Although we do want to manage so that we have about as much tire use as the cars in front. So this is going to be a little bit of a battle. Aerosmith is near to the very, very wounded Hulkenberg. I'm hoping Aerosmith could very potentially get into 13th place. But the points is what we want. Getting our first points in this race would be huge because Alpine... Ooh, Hulkenberg is reporting a mechanical fault. Let's see what it is. Okay, that could be drivetrain, that could be ERS, that's not entirely clear. Yeah, so Alpine and Bottas are guaranteed points here unless Ricciardo can overtake them, so this would be the dream that we can get past these two guys. And Aerosmith is side by side, she's got the outside line, can she do anything with this one? Oh, that is going to be so tight, but my god, that was a brave move from Aerosmith to take 15th place. That's huge. That is huge. So with an 11th place from us and a 15th place from Aerosmith, this should allow us to beat Haas in the Constructors' Championship. And with Hulkenberg's car being as damaged as it is, it really was important for us to overtake that position as early as we could, and Aerosmith has done it. Hulkenberg is going to have to pit again. I have no idea why he didn't pit under the safety car. Yeah. Magnussen has got a penalty, so we may potentially be able to leapfrog Magnussen in the standings even if we finish ahead of him. We'll have to see how that one goes. Ricciardo, however, is side by side with Valtteri Bottas. This is exactly what we needed to see happen. It's still side by side. It's still side by side. But Ricardo is going to have the outside line for this corner, but they're still side by side. It's the inside line, and Ricardo gets ahead, which means we're in the points.
Keep focusing on the pace.
We're in the points. We're in the points. We're in the points. We're in the points. Okay. Okay, our big objective for this race, given the tomfoolery that has happened so far, has been achieved. All we need to do from Ricardo is hold to this position. No matter what happens in the remainder of this race, we need to hold this position. We're going to eat ERS as much as we need to eat ERS. Aerosmith is side by side with Magnussen. Can she get past doing the same maneuver as Daniel Ricciardo? They're around the hairpin side by side. And Magnussen has to take the shorter line, which means he has to go slower. And Aerosmith ekes past, and then some. The gap is already 0.7 seconds. Let's watch the replay of that.
Here we are then at the 11th corner.
So no DRS because it's raining. And she just goes around the outside and makes it happen. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. If there's no other disasters this race, we're in for a fairly good result. So the goal for Aerosmith now is to see if she can catch up to the back of Logan Sargent. Logan Sargent has battle damage, so it might be possible. We will have to see. Daniel Ricciardo has to stay ahead of Valtteri Bottas. If he can get ahead of Esteban Ocon, that will be icing on the fucking cake. But Bottas has got a good run. Bottas has got a really good run here. Oh, this is a really good run from Valtteri Bottas. He's going to dive down the inside about here. Oh, he chooses to slot behind. Okay. And Hulkenberg indeed pits in for... Oh, you can see he's damaged his rear wing there. So Hulkenberg pits for a new set of intermediate tyres.
Norris behind. Norris 2.0. Head back down, we stay in the rhythm.
I don't know what this is saying because Norris is like a mile ahead. Okay, so we really need to close down this gap on Esteban Ocon ahead. If we can get past Esteban Ocon, this is going to be phenomenal for us. I'm just conscious of the fact that we are demolishing this line. I'm going to put us down to just aggressive tire use for now.
Down the tires where you can. It's slightly coming up.
Because I want to kill down these tires as much as I can. I think I need to preserve tire percentage here. I don't care about ERS. I don't care about fuel. We're good for fuel. Everybody's good for fuel. Fuel is not an issue anymore. I still think we're probably going to be the lightest cars on the grid at the moment. Because we underfueled for 2 laps at the start of this race. So hopefully that is enough to allow Ricardo to catch up to the back on Ocon. And indeed, Ricardo is right on the rear wing of Ocon with 10 laps to go. They are rounding the penultimate corner now. Can Ricardo get a good enough exit here? It's 420 blaze it. So the gap now... Oh, fuck, he fell back. He fell back. So it's 0.8. Does he have the toe? 0.8 still. 0.8 still. 0.7. Okay. Ricardo screwed up the corner exit there, so unfortunately he's fallen back into the clutches of Valtteri Bottas. Our only hope here is that we can preserve our tyres better than Bottas can.
Okay, maximum focus on cooling down those rear tires.
Okay, understood.
Because Bottas is burning his tyres to try and get past us, which we are thankfully not letting do. We are in the points. We are in the points. This is huge. If we can get past Ocon, this is Ricardo's objective. 9th place is where I want Ricardo to finish. Am I sure he can make it? That's a firm from me. Aerosmith, however, is right on the back of Logan Sargent. I didn't really foresee this, although I suppose both Haas cars are damaged. Aerosmith getting past Logan Sargent would be pretty huge. I do need to cool these tires down a little bit because otherwise we're going to burn them so fast that we're going to need to pit again before the end of this race. Especially since we're actually, I just realized we're danger close to dry tire territory. Are we expecting... Okay, this is the driest we're expecting the track to be. But this is going to overheat the tires. And in fact, Aerosmith is side by side. Side by side with the car here. And the DRS is now available. Let's see if Aerosmith get... No, I think Aerosmith was actually already past the place when when we decided that DRS was going to be enabled. So she is right on the back of Logan Sargent, which is huge. She's definitely not going to get DRS zone here. Valtteri Bottas is right on the back of Daniel Ricciardo, still burning his tires, but unfortunately Ricciardo isn't pulling away. Hopefully he burns his tires a little bit more so that Ricciardo can close down on Esteban Ocon. Are we expecting more rain? Yeah, we're expecting more rain very imminently. I wonder if anyone's going to try to dive into the pits for dries. Because it's drying up really quickly. Really quickly. Hulkenberg seems to have a fault. So this is his injured. Yeah, okay. So that big crash has taken out his rear wing, but has also given a very serious gearbox issue to him. In Formula 1 cars, the rear wing is actually, I'm not quite sure exactly how, but the rear wing is directly connected to the gearbox, which means if you damage the front wing, there is a very strong chance, if you damage the rear wing, there's a very big chance that you're actually going to damage the front wing as well. Okay, we're driving inters in a dry climate, which means our tires are going to burn up. So we're going to watch these temperatures very, very closely. And this track is drying up incredibly. I'm not actually sure that we're going to stay on wets for the rest of this race. I think we need to be very, very careful about how much tire we are using. Oh, Bottas is side by side with us. This is a problem. DRS is open. DRS is now a feature of this race. And Bottas backs out of it. Okay, Aerosmith is not within DRS range of Sargent, although she was when she hit the DRS zone. So hopefully this allows her to catch up here. But we need to be watching these temperatures very closely, because we need to keep above this profile here. Otherwise, we're not going to have enough tire to finish the race. Bottas here may end up with not enough tire to finish the race. He may have to pit again, and it'll be very interesting to see him going on to the dry tires. As we say that, the track is in wettening again, and we have gained 30 nanometers of rain onto the circuit, but Bottas is still glued to the back of Daniel Ricciardo. Ideally, Daniel Ricciardo can catch up to Esteban Ocon, which is actually now done really well. Really well. If we can keep this position and get into the DRS trigger zone, this could be huge. Okay, we drop back a little bit. So this is the fast-paced section. So Ricciardo is within the toe, so this gap should come down. And indeed it is. That toe is coming down. Toe is coming down. This could be it. This could be 9th place. This could be 9th place, guys. Could be 9th place. So they're through the DRS detection zone, around the penultimate corner, around the last corner. And they are coming into the start-finish straight. Daniel's DRS is open, but in the meantime...
It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Okay, Yuki Tsunoda has an issue, but we don't know what it is. Ricciardo, unfortunately, got a bad run. So even though he has the DRS, he cannot gain on Ocon. However, Aerosmith has got past Logan Sargent.
It's there for the taking.
So she got the overlap down the high-speed sections, and there was just nothing that Sargent could do. So Raven Aerosmith up into 13th place. This race is scary. This race is very, very scary. Okay, the track is wettening again, which means temperatures are potentially going to become a little bit less of a concern. Let's actually bump up to aggressive tire use once again. See how we go. And it is going to be jobs on for Daniel Ricciardo to try and take this place from Esteban Ocon. I am not sure with 6 laps to go that Valtteri Bottas is necessarily going to survive. He either has to start hella conserving his tires or he has to pit again. And I'm not sure which is going to be. But I don't think he's going to find his way past Daniel Ricciardo. In fact, he's so far behind, he isn't really a factor anymore. He is well outside of the toe. And Daniel Ricciardo is hunting down Esteban Ocon like nobody's business. So they are coming into the fast... Okay, go away. So they're coming into the fast dynamic section of the Suzuka circuit, which means the DRS detection zone is going to be coming up soon. In fact, the DRS detection zone is literally right here at that white line. So within 0.4 seconds, Daniel Ricciardo is definitely going to have DRS. Can he get a good run out of the final corner? He's 0.8 behind. It's a shit run. Seems to be a theme for Daniel Ricciardo. It's a shit run, but he does have DRS. And Bottas does not. So if Ricciardo can keep on the back of Ocon for another 2 laps, I think he's going to be able to make a DRS pass. Because the more laps that he gets DRS and Ocon and Bottas don't, the closer Ricciardo is going to get to Esteban Ocon, which is pretty huge. Aerosmith is holding quite well in comparison to Logan Sargent. 6 seconds to Pierre Gasly with only 5 laps to go. No, 6 laps to go. 5.5 laps to go. I don't think is really mathematically going to happen. So for us, we're currently spending our time watching Daniel Ricciardo right now. Track is wettening. We're probably about to go full wet again, according to the forecast. Within 3 laps, we're going to go wet again. So Ricciardo really needs to hold on to the back of Esteban Ocon. Ideally, he does the DRS detection and then achieves the overtake before the start-finish straight. We'll have to see how it goes. Daniel Ricciardo thought about a little bit of a move until the outside. He's thinking again about a move to the outside, but he doesn't. And he takes the DRS zone. And Ricciardo is right on the tail end of Esteban Ocon. They ran now the penultimate corner into the final corner. Ocon, once again, he's really good at this section. Ocon is so much better than Ricciardo at this section. Ricciardo has the DRS, but I'm not so sure he's going to be able to do anything with this. No, he can't. So if Ricciardo makes a pass in the opening complex, it's going to be entirely on merit. We'll have to see how that goes. 0.2 seconds behind. It's so close between them. It's so close between them. But this is what we want. If we can get one more DRS zone, I'm sure that we can do it. But I don't know it. Once the track becomes damp, DRS is disabled. And this is a problem. So Aerosmith is pretty secure. The only other fights that we have is the Norris-Leclerc battle for 2nd place and the Russell-Perez battle for 4th place. But we are focusing on our team and we want to see how this goes. So Ricciardo needs a good run here. Needs a really good run here. In fact, he's right on the... Oh god, he's trying to get the overlap. He's forced the overlap. He has forced the overlap. Daniel Ricciardo takes a 9th place from Esteban Ocon, although Ocon is trying to make sure that does not go unanswered. They are side by side. I have no idea who's going to get the DRS detection here. They're still side by side. Still side by side. Ricciardo gives up the place in the entry to the final place, to the final couple of corners. But who gets the DRS? That is a key question. It's Ricciardo. Ricciardo gets the DRS. So Ricciardo is right on the rear wing of Esteban Ocon.
Understood.
Oh, come on, Ricciardo. Come on, boy. He dies to the inside line, but he can't get the overlap. He cannot make it work. He cannot make it work. I think when they come around to the start-finish straight again, that it is going to be... I think it's going to be... I think DRS is going to get disabled. I don't see that necessarily being a particular factor. We do have much more grip than Ocon. The question is, can we convert this grip into result? That is going to be the legendary question of all the age. Ricciardo's dropped back quite a bit. We need him to push more than this. We need him to push a lot more than this, because I think this is going to be Ricciardo's last chance. Yeah, I think this is going to be Ricciardo's last chance here. I don't think we're going to be able to get DRS this time by. Leaders are now 3 laps to go. Everybody's on the lead lap. So here comes Ricciardo. but we're nearly a full second behind. We need to overtake this Alpine. It would be so huge to overtake this Alpine. Okay, track is damp. Fuck, we're in the DRS zone. And it's going to come up with DRS disabled. Okay, yep. Well, DRS is disabled. Okay, alright, fuck it. We're back to damp. Burn it. Burn what your mother gave you. You've got rubber. Burn that rubber. 3 laps to go. If Ricciardo is going to overtake Ocon, it needs to be on merit. We're giving him everything I possibly can. It is purely in the driver's hands. With 3 laps to go, the battle for second place between Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris is heating up there within a second. The battle for 4th place between Checo Perez and George Russell is also heating up. And other than that, there's currently no other battles on track. Ricciardo is unfortunately too far behind. He is actually out of the tow to Esteban Ocon. So either Ocon has to make a mistake, or Ricciardo has to put in a legendary lap to try and catch up to Esteban Ocon, which I really hope he does, because if Alpine get points here, then we take 9th place in the Constructors' Championship.
We keep focusing.
And we have to beat Alpine on points. Whereas if we take Alpine here, this is huge for us. This is honestly freaking huge. Alright, let's just, yeah. We've given both of our drivers what they can. It's down to our drivers. Charles Leclerc is within touching distance of the leader. So with 1.5 laps to go, Charles Leclerc is within 1 second of Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc is our current drivers' championship leader. Let's see if he can beat Max Verstappen. Further back, Perez is desperately hunting down George Russell to take that 4th place, but can't seem to make it work as yet. And Daniel Ricciardo is continuing to drop back, which is unfortunate. I've given him all Ricciardo can have. Yeah, it's gonna be down to him. Okay, Leclerc, despite his promising performance, has dropped right past, whereas Perez is right on the rear wing of George Russell. So with 1.3 laps to go, Perez is potentially going to try to make a move on to George Russell for 4th place. Let's see what Perez can do. He is diving to the left side. He's got the overlap. He's got the inside line. Forces George Russell around the outside, but that's going to be the inside for the next corner. Still side by side. Still side by side. And Perez does take the place. Coming around the penultimate corner, Perez does take 4th place from George Russell as the leaders enter the last lap of the race. Daniel Ricciardo will need to pull a mild miracle to catch up to and then overtake Esteban Ocon. It's a technical possibility, but it's a pretty shit looking possibility, all things considered. We'll have to see how that goes. It looks like there is no battles on track at the moment, so we're going to watch these timings and see what happens. We're still in the points, though. We're still in the points, though, guys. Still in the points.
Ocon is 1.8 in front.
Oh, God, Ricciardo, you came so close to it. You came so freaking close. So the only active battle is that Pierre Gasly has caught up to the tail end of Valtteri Bottas for 11th place. We'll need to see if Gasly can find a way past. Gasly does have 13% newer tires, but we'll have to see how this goes. Ricciardo, on the other hand, has brought the gap down to almost within a second. If he does this on the final lap, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna fucking scream. It's not 0.6 seconds, not 0.5, not 0.4, not 0.5 again. So they are coming into the very tricky straight. So Max Verstappen wins the race. Charles Leclerc is second. Norris is third. Perez, Russell, Sainz, Piastri, Sonoda in the wounded RB car is going to take 8th place. But Daniel Ricciardo, oh, come on, my boy. Come on. Come on. No, he's not going to do it. He's not going to be able to do it, unfortunately.
Head back down, we stay in the rhythm.
We came so close to being able to take that 9th place.
Okay, we take the flag.
But we're in the points. We're in the points in what is the wildest Suzuka race I think I have ever seen in Formula 1 Manager 2025. Look at that. So checkered flag as us. We're just waiting on Magnussen crossing the finish line. Hulkenberg was so far back, he is actually lapped. He is the only car that was in fact lapped. And Magnussen takes a checkered flag to finish the Japanese Grand Prix of the 2024 Formula 1 season.
A great drive today from Max Verstappen.
It was a truly excellent win, with everything working together for the team and driver.
And you love to see this. The whole team celebrating this magnificent result. And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
What an excellent way to take a second win of the season, with a composed performance today.
And a lovely show of sportsmanship to conclude proceedings here in Japan. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
It wasn't a mixed bag, Curran. Both of our drivers did well.
That's all for today as we wrap up the weekends here in Japan.
Both of our drivers did well. Actually, let's go back to the main cam.
All the excitement of the Chinese Grand Prix.
All right, so so Max Verstappen was on pole and finished the race to take 26 points and first place in the Japanese Grand Prix, with Charles Leclerc in second and Lando Norris in third. Daniel Ricciardo gained 12 places to take 10th place and 1 championship point. Raven Aerosmith gained 8 places to take 13th, and there was 6 non-finishers as a result of battle damage, which is pretty insane. I don't recall I have ever seen a race quite like that one. So in the Drivers' World Championship, Charles Leclerc retains his position as the leader of the drivers' standings. However, Max Verstappen is just 2 points behind, so it is pretty much neck and neck for the drivers' standings. As a result of gaining points, Daniel Ricciardo now takes 15th in the World Championship, and on finish placement, Aerosmith gains 1 place to take 20th place. In the Constructors' World Championship, Ferrari extend their lead as the constructor in the constructors' standings. Alpine leapfrog 3 places with their 2 points, and we hold on to 9th place with just 1 point. Haas drops 2 places, having no points. So yeah, Alpine and Williams are now our big threats going forward. So we need to make sure that Haas and Kick Sauber do not get any points, and we need to make sure that we are consistently getting more points than the Williams and the Alpines. On to the fastest pit stop championship. Unfortunately, our team did not make the top 10, which means no points. As a result of this, we still hold on to 8th place, but there's not really been any movers at the top, only movers at the bottom. And our reports were that our pit stops were pretty slow. We did have a pit stop mistake with a stuck wheel nut, which we will need to rectify. Both of our drivers did make better than their 18th or higher position, which does mean we get 800,000 dollars to spend as we please, which is pretty good. That's like 3 new front wings of our car. So we are pretty happy with how this has turned out. In fact, Daniel Ricciardo is so happy he is ecstatic. So next time out, we will be taking on the Chinese Grand Prix, which I think is a sprint race, and then the USA Grand Prix. In fact, let's see. Circuits. So, yeah, here we go. So China is a sprint weekend. Oh, and Miami Gardens is a sprint weekend. So we might actually only get through 2 sprints and a race. But yeah, that'll be for the next time that we host a race. For just now, what we are going to do is we are very much going to save our progress. I'm trying to get into the habit of taking new saves because I know if there's any bugs that they cannot then be fixed in retrospect, which is something very important to consider. And with that, we are going to find somebody to go and raid. So, do I have any friends who are playing Formula 1 Manager? I'm actually not sure that I do. Okay. Do I have any non-friends who are playing Formula 1 Manager? Oh, I'm typing Formula 1, but it's F1 Manager 2024. Let's see who is streaming that in particular. Oh, okay. Pretty much just me. There are others, but they all look like they might be playing other things. COD Nuketown, Black Ops 6, GTA 5. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, fine. I think instead I'm going to hand you over to one of my friends who is not playing a Formula 1 Manager. However, as one of my friends, they are good beans who are really, really fun streamers to be around. We do have Abtots, who is currently playing some V Rising. It looks like on the face of things that he is currently some form of a wolfy boy. So we are going to go for a little raid on him. We're not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to take tomorrow off because I have a project in mind that I want to try and accomplish. And then from there, I'll figure out the streaming schedule. It may mean that I am streaming on Monday. If not, I will be posting my stream schedule on Monday. So it'll probably only be a couple of days until the next stream. But for just now, let's go and show some love and support to my wonderful friend Abtots, who is playing some V Rising. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and I'll see you next time. Bye! No, I was rolling down the snow.
You want me? I don't know how to communicate. I'm
Yeah. Oh, that was synchronized. Synchronized as fuck.
I said careful with the tower.
What tower?
That tower.
That tower. Yeah, no. I get you. I get you now. That is entirely my Hi there, Mr. Bradshaw. Pleasure seeing you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
I believe Mr. Julio and Miss Isabella have just taken the boat over to come and see you.
Well,
How did we choose the same time?
oh Lord. Oh, this is the worst. Oh god damn it. Okay.
I mean, are you?
Shit. Shit. Oh Lord.
We were supposed to... Oh, we do not. Fine. So our race is pretty straightforward just now. And I'm not too fond of doing... Oh, never mind. Oh, I was about to skip because nothing's happening and then Alonso spins out. He absolutely fucking ballses it up. Let's watch how it happens.
Let's see what happened there.
Doesn't hit as hard as life does.
Jesus Christ, that was deep. Who hurt you?
Shit.
Ah! Fuck! Fudge! What the fuck?
Oh no.
What's going on? I don't know how to defuse it. Why?
He's still there. He's gonna kill you. You need to kill the last guy. You need to kill the last guy.
They might have been looking for me somewhere.
So just running up to the bomb and look at your gun.
Yo, look at that. It's a gun.
Proud Badger, get him.
Have we just accidentally a robbery?
We just accidentally got into a robbery.
Does that ever happen? Oh my dick! Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. You sidestepped behind the door and killed him through the frame.
You're fired. Asshole.
What the fuck?
I want to send you back.
Do
you need help moving this shit?
What am I gonna love?
There's so many planner bombs.
What was that? There's been a big explosion in the...
Was that Hibble that just died?
Dead.
Hibble? Yeah, he was in the ballast tank and then there was an explosion.
Did you just blow up half our fucking ship, Hibble? I can see you giggling on your camera! No! She is such a bitch!
Is this how we die?
It's quite a country you're building here, eh?
Well, me personally?
I don't know. What do you do?
Mostly, I just shoot people.
Oh, how very American of you. I love it.
What do you do?
Oh, mostly I pose, I show off, I complain.
Oh, how very French.
I know. I am ridiculous.
And the leaders are now on to their final lap. So we're gonna absolutely fucking Hail Mary it.